Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Let me ping people on reswitched. Hello, Mythos. Hello, Waldorf. Hello, WSKZ350. Hi, Mason. Hi, MSK Gamer X. Okay. Yes, happy June 15th. Hi, Flipix. Hi, Norden. We're gonna, as usual, give people some time to filter in. I'm gonna say this now, and I suppose that I'm also gonna end up saying this again in a little bit. But I have good news, which is that, my favorite person in the world who is not someone I know in real life, Hex KYZ, has solved a lot of my problems for me, because he is the best. XKYZ documented a bunch of the stuff that I had on my to-do list on the wiki, because he is the best person I could ask for, and so our lives are going to be substantially easier today. I don't know if we're going to be able to get all this done today, but we're gonna give it our best shot. I am cautiously optimistic that we can get most of this stuff done today. Hey, Deviek, isn't it crazy early your time? I mean, again, big respect, but I swear it's like crazy early in whatever time zone you're in. 220. I mean, I appreciate it. It's super based, but yeah, Christ. That's crazy. Super, super crazy. I mean, powerful stuff. Okay, I think I'm gonna give it a, I don't know, 1 more minute, 2 more minutes before we get started. No, I'm excited to continue programming. We figured this one out, by the way. Hex KYZ did. So actually, I'll wait for people to show up and then I'll explain. Boonky says it's 3:22. Should I sleep? Well, I will be streaming probably from like now for the next, either I'm gonna finish all this stuff or I'm gonna stream for like 6 or 7 hours. So if you want to get sleep tonight, you might want to consider sleeping. But I'm not in control of your life. You're an adult, I hope. Make your own choices. Yeah, I get it. I have not been sleeping, very much myself while I'm dealing with, work and, this Switch update. I'm looking forward to, getting some rest once this is all done. Making your own choices is lame. Nice. Thank you, Fire Dragon. Yeah, it's been a pretty okay day so far. It was kind of a busy day with my actual job. which means that I'm somehow even more tired than I was yesterday, but I'm not going to let that get in the way of doing my stuff. Okay, I think that's long enough. So I think I am going to go ahead and get started. And so let's, start with this. This is actually solved by hexkyz doing RE while I slept. And if I look at switch brew, file system services, and then I go to, I think it's open code file system. Yeah. Apparently, in addition to the removing the path argument, they added a storage ID argument. Hey, Masan. So yeah, this error, by the way, this is like result application not found, which is not the error it should be returning. So I think that whoever wrote the LR code in FS was sleeping on the job. They used the wrong result code for what they're doing. It should be program not found. But anyway, so it turns out that in addition to removing the buffer, they added a storage ID argument, which makes sense because you need both a program ID and a storage ID to uniquely identify a Nintendo Content Archive location. So yeah, so I think that I can safely remove all my logging code and just implement this. And I might do that right off the bat, because my gut says that if I do that, the console will basically boot, and then I will just need to implement the missing stuff. And yeah, if nothing takes dramatically longer than I expect, it is possible we could get a build tonight, but I wouldn't count on it. Also, let me put my phone on Do Not Disturb, because I should avoid getting calls in the middle of this. Okay, so let's figure out where we were. Status. Right, because I have all this stuff marked up so that I can do, so that I can add logging, and I think I mostly don't need that. So I'm gonna, well, actually, I'm gonna diff and save it to debug logs.diff. Okay, and then I'm gonna check out most of this. So I'm not gonna just do a full git checkout because I actually want the pinmuck stuff so that I can keep my logs. Oh well, whoops. Never mind. Glad we glad I'm so bad at using diff. God damn it. It is not a, not a stream without me fucking up checking stuff out with git in the first minute. Okay. Yeah, okay. So now I've only got the stuff that'll I've only got the stuff that will be keeping my ability to get logs through the UART port. You'll be vaping the whole stream. I hope you meant to have a W in there, or else I'm a little concerned for you. Good evening, ooh boy. Okay, so let's get started. This, I think, should all be straightforward for me to do. But there's gonna be a lot of it, and we're gonna move fast and hopefully not break things would be the ideal. First off, let's get fsloader.h open. This is source services fsloader. I think I'm gonna add an include in here. I think it's NCM types. Yeah, okay. NCM types.h. And then we're going to add a... this already doesn't match where things are supposed to go. So I think we're just gonna add it here. And then I would bet yellow's 8 is going to yell at me later and tell me that I need to move this parameter to the end. And I'm going to tell him no. Okay. Okay, and I think this should be sufficient to make this work. Although path will be null pointer on 20.0.0. So actually, if version 4 20.0.0, then we will copy in the path because the path is allowed to be null pointer on 20.0.0. Thank you. I appreciate it. Done. Okay, we have now installed this, and I think now I just need to fix up libstratosphere, and this one's gonna be relatively more complicated. Let's say stratosphere. Right, because I think I need to start in a fserv because I'm going to have a file system proxy thing in SF for file system proxy for loader. And they really love changing the ABI on this call in particular. I think it's their favorite thing to do. They just can't resist changing the ABI of this command a little bit as a treat. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this old one to deprecated 4. SN Eviolites asks, why are there so many, blank spheres? It's because it's a Qt code name thing. There are a bunch of different regions of the actual physical atmosphere in the Earth, like the exosphere, the mesosphere, the stratosphere are all areas of the Earth's atmosphere. And I named my subprojects so that the height in the actual physical atmosphere corresponds to the privilege level of the component. It's just a Qt joke. Fire Dragon says, has EXO already been updated? Yeah, that was like one of the first things I did. I did that on the first stream, actually. That was done automatically. Okay, so we're going to call this deprecated 4, and this was 17.00 to HOS version 19.01. And then this is going to be starting in 20.00, and they removed the path argument, and they added a storage ID argument, which means we're going to remove the path here. We're going to add storage ID, and then because I am particular about this, we're going to align everything up. Okay, so this macro defines the IPC interface, and now if I tried to compile, I would get shitloads of errors because everything's going to link against this. The odds that I managed to get this right on my first try are 0, but I'm going to do my best anyway. Okay, so we're going to take this. We're going to make this deprecated 4. We're going to remove this path. I'm going to do NCM storage ID. We're going to have to do the same thing down here. Is it safe to jump from 16 to 19 of Daybreak? I think that should be relatively safe as far as I know. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Okay. Got these file system proxy impls. And then how else do I want to do this? Wooboy says, "Why no Pitbull says over a dedicated IDE?" It's just my preference. I'm used to it. I don't need an IDE. IDEs are a crutch, and I am above such mortal petty concerns. Yada yada. The real answer is just that I'm used to doing it, and why do something more complicated? You know, I really should delete this, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to add my new parameters. That would be, you know, I should fix these at some point, but I'm not going to do that now. That plausibly might be the only stuff that I need to do in headers. But things are for sure gonna break when I go into the actual files. Hello, Tenebrio. Things are going good. So one of the other people in the scene, this guy HexKYZ, did a bunch of RE work overnight and updated the wiki, and we figured out why this was giving this error code. And it's because the command also now takes an additional input besides removing the path argument. So I'm updating all of my client bindings to fix this, and I expect this will fix basic boot stuff. Okay, so now let's go into the stratosphere, and let's go to source. Let's go to FS, let's go to FS code, and this is going to be really complicated, but we're going to do our best anyway. We're just going to go by this line by line, and I'm going to copy this so that I can save myself a little typing pain as I go through. Does this take in a program ID? It does. So let's add a storage ID parameter. And then we'll pass it here, and we will that's actually a problem. Okay. I love ABI breaks in the morning. I love the smell of ABI breaks in the morning so much. SN EVLite says, how do you find out so much info about the changes introduced in 20.0? Were you able to get a dump of the firmware, or how does it work with regards to reverse engineering? Older update. Misan, this is not already broken because they've only ever added parameters before or changed how parameters serialize. And so I've been able to just keep adding parameters, and then under the hood, this, dispatches. This is the first time they've removed a parameter. And SN EVLites, I have a script, like a Python script, that pretends to be my console. It's actually not my console. It pretends to be the console of some random guy in Korea who posted his certificate to 4chan 6 years ago. Anyway, it pretends to be that guy's console, and it connects to Nintendo CDN, downloads the update, and then I have a script that extracts everything. I have a script that parses everything. I have automated a lot of it. And then I open the firmware binaries once they're decrypted in reverse engineering tools. I've been doing this every few months for like 7 years now, so it's all very practiced. Hey, Block Builder. What's the hardest part of updating Atmosphere? The most involved process is definitely diffing and updating the kernel. That's what I find the hardest. It's the most work by far. You can see that there were at least 2 streams that were basically dedicated entirely to the kernel. Anyway, let's get back to this. Program ID, storage ID, and this doesn't take a storage ID, and this is going to have to call deprecated for. Cowards will claim that I should have been doing this kind of switch the whole time, and I will tell cowards to get out of my inbox. Okay. This is fine. This doesn't need a storage ID because we don't use it here. This doesn't need one because it's doing this. Okay, so stratosphere and SD card code don't need them. but open SD card code or stratosphere code or code file system does need it. And then I'm only going to want to pass it when I'm opening a standard code file system. And the homebrew loader file system doesn't need it. This doesn't need it. The open file only file system doesn't need it. This probably doesn't need it. Yeah, because this will only ever open an SD card file system, so we're fine there. An atmosphere code file system will need it. So let's add it as an argument. And this will take it here. You know, just for good practice, we should store it as a variable. This here will try to stop piracy further in the future. If I had good ideas to stop piracy further, I would implement them, but I don't. If you have any good ideas, tell me them, and I would probably implement them, but nothing actually comes to mind for me. Code, and then I added this here, and I can pass it here. Is it not possible to see if signatures have been patched in runtime? Well, Firebird thing, the problem with that is that if I check if signatures have been patched at runtime, either I do that by trying to load something with an invalid signature, in which case Nintendo sees that and bans the console, or I check if I check by like reading the regions in memory where signature patches would happen, and then pirates patch different things, or worse, they use my checks to see where to patch, right? Like, I don't want to tell people who make piracy patches how to do them. That would be stupid. It's a super difficult problem. I need to think about whether or not I want to log this here. I think I'm also not going to log it here. Aplexy, or let's see. Who asked the question that I was going to say? Oh yeah, Sochi966 says, where can I donate to, sir? You can't. I do this all for free. I don't accept any kind of donations. This is a labor of love for me. Yeah. Okay, so that's fscode.cpp, and I think that's probably the only place that I need to do it. Oh, wait, remote file system proxy. Yep, for loader. Okay. Gotta fix up this. Deprecated for. Storage. Oh, no, wait. Deprecated 4 doesn't get it. It's only here. And removes the path. And I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do NCM storage ID none. Pass null pointer path here. And I guess static cast NCM storage ID static cast U8 storage ID. I might have made a typo somewhere. I don't think I made a typo. It doesn't look like. Anyway, I would prefer that we keep extended descriptions of piracy ideally out of the chat, just because I, you know, don't want us to get sidetracked. And Aplexy, I did. Fuse actually can't load signature patches. People boot with Hack8 instead of Fuse, which does not remove the ability to patch kips. So I've already done the thing that you would suggest there. Okay, I think that's probably correct. And then what next? Source. Officer, file system proxy impl. This is gonna need it. Yeah, man, huge no whammies energy right now. I mean, none of this is gonna work. No fucking shot. But that's okay. It's gonna be a question of how many compiler errors I'm gonna have to fix, you know, when I compile in Stratosphere, and it's gonna be some number of them for sure. And that's okay. Okay. Also, I'm going to close all these windows because I don't think any of them are important at this point. Okay. Possibly libstratosphere is done now in terms of what I need to update there. But we're gonna do the thing where we try to get it done in one shot, I think. So we're gonna have to go to loader content management. And I think that should be okay because we already taken a program location, so we already have the information we wanted here. Hey, Tetsuya Takashi, it's going good so far, I believe. Probably. Interesting that I taken a content meta platform here. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Right, location of platform. Right, and I mount code for atmosphere. You know, it might have been smarter to make these taken a program location, but I can always change that later. And I have to cast this here because program location has a program ID and a U8. It stores integer types instead of the actual NCN types for old legacy reasons. So they need to cast. But okay, we're gonna give it our best shot here. Zero shot that this builds, zero shot that this works. That said, big money, no whammies. I'm hoping for under 10 errors in the stuff that I just edited. Also, I should save on this. Unseptic says, how will digital game codes affect home reporting? I don't see why they would affect it in any way. I mean, I don't understand the question. It's not clear to me why they would have any impact. Okay, well, it's trying to compile the big header there, which is promising. Okay, big money, no whammies. Heart of the cards, I believe. One of these days, I will figure out how to make Atmosphere's build process less slow. Because this is very slow. Okay, promising. We're doing good so far. Hello, Aquid. Fascinating. Yeah, the Twitch randoms is a really weird use case for this kind of stream. I am the developer for the custom firmware or the jailbreak or whatever you want to call it for the Nintendo Switch. And I am... yeah, there we go. There we go. Anyway, I am trying to update my code to support the major system update. I am pretty much self-taught for this stuff, Funky Scott. This is my hobby. Okay. We're getting errors. Oh, okay. I pasted it twice there. NFS code. Lovely. I love accidentally copy pasting things twice on line 408. There's also on line 467 a problem. Okay, I missed it on line 467. Any plans also for the Switch 2 Treasure Islands? I mean, I'm going to poke at the Switch 2, but first off, I don't expect it to get hacked. And even if it does, I'm not going to be the one maintaining a custom firmware like this. I've given my 10,000 hours to this custom firmware, and I am getting too old to, put 10,000 hours into another custom firmware. Okay. Did I make that error somehow, like, twice? This code 395. Oh, wow. I totally just pasted that twice somehow. Hinade has asked how big are the changes for this update? And they're pretty big. I mean, this is a major update, but they're not much bigger than, other major updates, I don't feel, at least from my perspective. This has been a fairly typical major update for me. Okay, so that was like 2 or 3 minor issues in fscode.cpp. Now, the question is, how lucky are we going to get when we get to loader content management? Big money no whammies. Stratosphere has so many fucking files. I should really do something about that. Also, I've got on my desk tonight, I've got a thing of coffee for myself. I've got a big mug of green tea. I've got a glass of water. We are set to be here for a while, I hope. But while things are compiling, now's a good time to, say for anyone to join later. So, in the previous streams, I reverse engineered and updated the kernel. And so now, and then I did some other system modules. And now I am basically doing these things. I left off last night being unsure why this was happening, and then a friend solved this while I was asleep, and now we're implementing this fix right now. And then we're going to have to do some reverse engineering and implementation for a couple more modules. But I'm doing this first because I think, knock on wood. Actually, I have a wood desk. Anyway, I think, knock on wood, that if I get this done, then my console will start booting again. And there'll be crashes, but I think that my guess is that there probably won't be further problems until, runtime APIs don't exist or whatever. So I think that's going to be a really good milestone to hit. Stuck Pixel said, how do you feel about the Ninja build system? Never used it, don't have feelings on it. Or at least I have never actually interacted with it. I've probably typed Ninja something before, but I don't know anything about it. And Masan says, oh yeah, related to this, if someone were to take a stab at replacing the build system, what are your requirements and use cases? Let's talk about this offline. I am willing to be pretty flexible there, to be honest. I feel like if someone made me a build system and it was faster and it didn't look complicated for me to maintain, I would be very inclined to just take it. But my only real requirement is that it will be easy for me to add code and that it understands Atmosphere's bullshit at a high level. I think the biggest one is that I don't want to have to manually add source code files to a list somewhere. Right? I don't want to have to manually copy in this file to some list when I do stuff. Oh wow, okay, did we just fluke a successful code update in loader? Based. Excellent. Amazing. Oh, Canine Faggot says, by the way, is your name really Canine and then a slur? Because I keep saying it that way, and I apologize. Anyway, the resolution of the issue is that the command no longer takes in the path buffer and also takes in a storage ID. Yeah, I rate exclusively in C++. And Foggy Scott says, do you stream non-coding things as well? I have never streamed anything other than programming and reverse engineering work. But thank you. I try to be, a chill guy, as the kids say. Okay, so what I'm going to do, since that built successfully, is I'm going to do a full Atmosphere build. And then I'm going to copy that to my console. And then I'm also going to build a debug version of the kernel, and I'm going to copy that to my console. And then I am going to try booting it, and we are going to see what happens. And I am cautiously optimistic that it will work. I do not expect the Switch 2 to be software moddable. It would be awesome if it was, but I don't expect it. I think it will not be. Yeah, fuck it, we build. I mean, it's nice, right? Like, building this takes a lot of time, but it also means that I get to just, read chat and respond to it, which is its own kind of fun. So I'm not too put out about the, kind of just sitting here while stuff builds. And Fire Dragon asked a while back, how long did it take to compile the first version after the boot without crashing? That's a difficult question to answer. I think the first version of Atmosphere in its modern form, I would say a couple months. I think my first successful boot was in April or May, and I started in February of 2018. So a couple months. Technical says Ninja is only makes if you explicitly generate rules. Some kind of generator program, you can generate your own rules with something like Python or so. I generally find it very simple. If that's true, and someone presented me, like a little mock-up and it looked cool, I'd be fine with using it. I would like to be clear, I'm actually very open to someone improving Atmosphere's build system, which is right now approximately bad. Also, to set the scene for you guys, I'm currently sitting at my desk in my room working. I'm wearing sweatpants, and I'm wearing my Barbie movie I Am Knuff sweater. And I'm sipping coffee from a little... I love ice cream from this little chain called Salt and Straw. I'm sipping coffee from my Salt and Straw owl ice cream mug. Just in case you want to know what's going on over here. Here's your vape. I vape. Frank Dershon says, favorite Pokemon? Wishy-Washy. Okay, looks like that built successfully, so let's get that copied over. Then I'm going to copy that to my Switch's SD card. And then I'm going to build a debug kernel, because I need to obviously test the kernel stuff that we did yesterday. Yeah, I really enjoyed on last night's stream when I tried the noise canceller, and people were like, "Oh right, I already built that." Okay. And people were just like, no, the sounds of you typing and the coffee sipping are part of the vibes. Shed Phantom. It uses C++. Atmosphere is written almost exclusively in C++. Okay, I have copied over the kernel. And now I'm going to eject this on my host. I'm going to get my putty window up. I'm going to make this visible to you guys. Let's see. Let me do this so I can see chat while I'm doing this. So, yeah, my console's just been sitting on my desk all day, and in Hecate, and Hecate tries to talk to my Joy-Con as though it's a controller, which just causes UART spam, but that'll go away when I hit launch, I think. Okay, big money, no whammies. Come on, just work. I believe in you. Okay. I see the logo. Oh, wait, shit. I have a debug build of loader on there, don't I? Yeah, okay. Okay, well, that's very promising. Okay. That is certainly very promising. here that I can use. Yeah, I did make it to Q lunch, which is very promising, but I'm not sure if my desk has... Oh, yeah. Now, I would love to get a screenshot of this, but I don't think I have a Joy-Con that works here. Yeah. Okay, so it's definitely working. 1 second, I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab a controller so that I can get a screenshot of this. Okay, be right back. Can mod without a console from your can't screenshot without a Joy-Con. Yeah, I need something to wow, that was a lot of spam as I disconnected the Joy-Con. Okay. Let me restart that. And we should be hopefully, you know, good to go. So this is what I thought would happen, and I'm very pleased about it. Very, very pleased about it. Wish I had a better way to show you guys this. Yay! We successfully booted using the latest version of the code, which is very exciting. Ah, right, hilarious. There we go. Solved the putty window. Tenebrio said, "What's all the spam in the putty window?" So the way that I do, there's still a bunch of work to do, by the way, but okay, so that's solved. I think I can get all this done on this stream tonight in the next 5 hours. So probably I will put out a build for you guys to test tonight. I think probably, assuming that I get all this done, which I think I probably will. I should hopefully get a build out to you guys tonight. Anyway, the spam in the putty window, I do my logging by writing to the left Joy-Con's UART port, and I have a custom software running on the Joy-Con controller itself that broadcasts my serial messages over Bluetooth to my computer. And at a certain point in boot, the HID system module gets launched, and then it reconfigures the UART port and starts trying to communicate with it, and that starts spamming garbage to the logs. And I have never bothered figuring out how to fix that. So yeah. But yes, okay. Very, very, very good. Very, very excited about this. This is phenomenal. So that's always, one of the hardest steps is getting it to launch. Navlita says, good to see you streaming again. Do you ever re-implementing file system? No, I decided I was going to put out file system until after the console was end of life, at least. So I've never ended up doing that. It's still just using Nintendo's KIPs with patches. Okay. So let's do the loader and PM changes first, I think. I think that makes sense to me. Where do I want to start with that? So the upshot is that PM has this new 5-byte attribute, which is always 0, and loader takes in these bytes in its commands. So I'm gonna let me think for a moment about how I want to actually do this, and then I'll start implementing. Because my gut says this is going to end up being really straightforward, but I also want to like pause and think about the implementation for a moment. Okay. Okay. I feel good about this. So this new... What do I define in PM types? Do I have PM process into it? Because otherwise I'll put this in the system module. I think I'll probably put it in the system module. Okay. Yeah, cool. But I don't need to put it in there. The first thing that I want to do is I want to add to the loader types this new type. Yeah, cool. Loader content meta platform, and where do I define the content attributes? Also, I should be doing this in the other window. Oops. Also, let me commit this, because I don't want to commit this pinmux stuff, but everything else is good. Benjamin says, what are we up to here? I make the custom firmware / jailbreak for the Nintendo Switch. There was a major system update that broke it, and so I'm updating my firmware so that it's compatible with the new update. But anyway, back to doing this. Where do I store the FS content attributes? Is this bigger than most x.0.0 updates? It's actually pretty average, I would say. Okay, yeah, it's stored here in FS content attributes. What did I have in my notes here? Hey, Serena. This is like a typical size for a major update. Okay. Yeah, the platform is the low bytes, and so let me just double check that because I don't remember. What was I even doing here? Right, okay. Yeah, so the second byte is the content attributes and the low byte is the meta platform. So that's fine. So let's add a new type. Which version did you start building the custom framework in? I think 4.0.0 or 5.0.0 was the latest firmware version when I started on Atmosphere. And I have no idea, Rod and Choco Chip. I don't think so, Frank DeRotion. Those program attributes. I have never found anything that looked like a left-in exploit. Actually, I can just call it content attributes. And so that should be fine. And then if I go to loader, I go to the process manager interface. Thank you, Fire Dragon. Um, I very sincerely appreciate it. The kernel, I know that program better than like anything else. It is the thing that I understand singularly best in the world. Let's go back here. I strongly suspect that, yeah, okay, it's the last argument. Okay, so that's gonna be there. Yeah, the hardest system update to do by far was 12.0 because it added a brand new IPC serialization protocol, and that was so much fucking work like you would not believe. And some of you who are like particularly savvy might be wondering, hey, Michael, usually you like add deprecated versions for these. Why are you not creating deprecated function to create ABI, stuff? And the answer is that would be a lot of work. And this is Loader's service for Process Manager. And Atmosphere implements both Loader and Process Manager. And this service is only allowed to have one session ever. So I control both ends of it. So, like, in theory, I don't even need to do this. I don't even need to support this. I have 2 Windows notifications. Do I? Okay. Anyway, I don't technically need to do this, but it's good habit. I just like to keep my stuff up to date with Nintendo's. And Blockcutter asked, compared to 7.0.0, yeah, Motozazer and I had come up with a hack for 7.0.0 that we used for that, like, a day before 7.0.0 came out, and so it ended up just not being a big deal, which was, in retrospect, very funny. 12.0.0, I don't know if it changed system saves, but 12.0 was terrible because it added TIPC. That was, I think that is subjectively the most work. ZRK SYD says, how did you hack the firm? How did you dump the firmware without? How did you dump the firmware without Homebrew in the first place? We used a web browser exploit, and the low versions of the Switch OS were not nearly as secure. And we found privilege escalation vulnerabilities, and then NVIDIA's GPU. There was a hardware exploit with a GPU where you could dump raw memory, and yeah, things escalated from there. There were a bunch of NVIDIA hardware errors that weren't mitigated in software. On the low firmwares of the original Switch. And I think I'm going to have to add this here. Git program info. Git program info. Okay. And I think that should be it for the includes here. Let's go to Loader. We go to the PM API. Do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Then I'm gonna have to. Oh, right. I'm gonna have to add it to libnx, aren't I? That's fine, I guess. Let me add that to libnx. And of course, Jinpetchi, I love working on it. It's my pleasure. Okay, if I go to Loader here. Do we define the FS content attributes anywhere? do, but I think we take a U8 in most places, so whatever. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it the stupid way, and it is totally fine if Yellow's 8 yells at me later. I mostly don't think it's gonna have any impact on bans or ban rates or anything like that. Yeah, okay. I think I do this for these kinds of comments. I forget. Linux, it's 3, okay. Linux uses Doxygen, and I never remember. Are there any Switch games coming out you're excited for? Pokemon Legends ZA, I would say. Oh yeah, I guess Silksong is coming out on the Switch 1, but I was gonna play it on PC, so it's kind of weird to count it there. Okay, and then we need to update these in libnx source code. Is loader.c. I got my entire house dropped including my son's Nintendo Switch to trackable. Probably not. Oh, that's funny. I mean, unless you're serious, in which case, dude, what? Okay, this is definitely going to serialize differently now. Which is fine. I should check the serialization after I implement it instead of just assuming, I feel. But I am just going to assume initially, and then I'm going to check. But it's fine. I know the serialization rules. I'm an expert, as they say. Okay, I guess. So here's the old version. And I think that the new version is going to do program attributes, and then U32 flags. And here's 0 flags pin ID. And this is almost certainly correct. Misan says, IRL friends who know I did Switch hacking stuff remark that they've never seen me use the Switch to play a game before. Absolutely classic comment. Very true. Okay, so that should be correct. I think. Here's pad flags pin ID. Okay. And then we look here, and I think this is going to be a similar thing. Thank you, Nabil. I appreciate it. And I think this is going to be 1, 2, 2. I think this is going to be attributes 0, 0, lock. I'm just going to do static assert size of in 15. Kanako-chan Blue says, Kore wa nani? Kore wa nani? So this is a stream where I am updating my custom firmware for the Switch to support the new major system update. Okay, and I think this is all correct, so let's see if it compiles. Perfect. And also, let's actually sanity check this. I have assumed these layouts, and I should check that they are correct. So let's go here. And the link register is this. So if I go here in loader, let's see. Okay, so it's the 6 argument. So this is dereferencing from the CMMIF header plus 0, and then the flags are at plus 4, which makes sense. The pin ID is at plus 8, so that also makes sense. Kinako-chan Blue says, Nihongo sugoi jouzu desu ne. Thank you. I appreciate it. I spent like a year and a half doing 25 new words a day of Japanese, and I can read it pretty comfortably at this point. But thank you. I appreciate the compliment, assuming that it's not sarcastic. Okay. And then in this case, the attributes should probably still be at 0, so let's check. Which are still 44. Yep, so that's at plus 0. And then a program location is indeed at plus 8. And then this is at plus, yeah, okay, perfect. So this is at plus 8, so that's correct. Okay, so my assumption about how this would serialize was completely correct, which is always good to see. Line Perfect asked, how do you know the kanji? I have the advantage that I had previously taken 7 years of Mandarin Chinese classes. And I am pretty comfortable with Mandarin Chinese. And so it was very easy coming from that. I did not really struggle with the kanji at all. It was mostly just going from simplified to traditional characters, and also the different renderings that Japanese uses that trip me up. Okay, another .libnx sorted, probably. I should handle this down here. Unseptic says, how long until this update releases? I am hoping to get a build out for testing, and like a pre-release build tonight if I can. That would be great. What do I do here? Okay, I pass it before the process handle. And I should nominally assert this in multiple places, but I've already done it here, so I think it's fine to just assume that it's the same elsewhere too. So this will go here. And then an atmosphere get program info, which I'm gonna need to define. It's gonna go after the location. Yeah, that's kind of the idea is that this is something you kind of watch, you know, maybe as a background. You ask questions if you're interested, Benjamin, but I'm just doing my updates and hopefully people enjoy it. Oh wait, actually I totally messed this up, right? Because atmosphere is gonna do this everywhere, so okay. There we go. Yellow's 8 is probably going to make me change this. Almost certainly is going to make me split it out into a different function. Slightly Good says, did you fix your computer freezing with core utilization? No, but whatever. WX says, is address more verbose? Why not deploy an X? C++ made you able to it made it impossible for certain types, especially in templates, to use the what do you even call that symbol? Is it an ampersand? It made it impossible to use the ampersand operator, and so I was forced to do it in one place, and so I use std address of everywhere for I use std address of everywhere for consistency because I had to do it in one place. And some people might say that that's incredibly stupid, and yes, possibly. Okay, this might be correct. It's going well, Boss Bob. It's going well. So the big accomplishment earlier was that I actually got the console to boot. So that was that was big, I would say. Will the test build have any issues with emulators? I have no idea what that means because I don't know what that means. I don't know. I don't know what issues there will or won't be, and I will figure that out when I get there. That's a lot of viewers. 500 is a lot of people to be watching this. I mean, nice, but it's so many people. Okay, I'm gonna need to rebuild with an X for this. Will there be a beta version for people to test out? I will post a build when one is ready, but that'll still be some time from now. And, he's a real chill guy. Man, what a chill guy. M. Leonard Obb says, why can't I sub or donate? I don't accept donations of any kind. I do this strictly for free. So, no donating for you. Okay, and then I think let's check the stratosphere again. Probably not going to work, but, you know, big money, no whammies. Your YouTube video from yesterday got recommended. I'm not watching this, to be honest. Oh, that's so interesting, Yumi. It is super, super interesting. Ah, typo, classic. So imagine being not blind and you know, typing the right thing there. I don't care. I'm actually kind of curious about the viewer counts. I mean, if they get really high, feel free to tell me. It's fine. I am not put off by that kind of thing. It's interesting to me. I don't know why 500 people would watch me do my bullshit, but certainly I'm flattered by it. Something says, how would you update with the test build? Once the link is posted, it will just be a zip file, and you will extract it to your SD card as normal. I think the rules are a little looser than the Reswitch Discord, but not that much looser. Boss, Papob. Okay. Big whammies, no money. Big money, no whammies. Come on, compile. Don't make me spend a bunch of time in debugging hell. Okay, we're gonna find out when it gets to L. I would rather we avoid emulation talk, like Switch emulation talk, just because I try to keep things a little Nintendo blessed here, so that, you know, or Nintendo blessed, whichever one it is. Just that, you know, in case they're watching, I don't want us to, like, get sidetracked into a bunch of crap that is, you know, gonna be harmful to me. So let's just leave it out of it. Okay, why is L so far in the alphabet? Why do I have so many, files before we get to the loader ones where I would actually get compilation errors? Shit Phantom, my opinion is that I wish people didn't make issues on my repository when talking about it, is mostly my feeling. Other than that, I don't really have opinions. I don't know very much about it, to be honest. The files start with A. Wait, why did that not go? Shouldn't it have gone? It should be LDR. Where is it? Did I miss it? Did it just compile? What? Oh, it's, fuck me. Absolutely fuck me. So Atmosphere's makefile parses all of the files, so it's in alphabetical order, but it strips out anything with a .os extension. And my build system automatically detects this and only links it in when I'm compiling for the Switch, because I also support, like, compiling for Windows. And so this is going to go at the end because it's an OS file. Right. Fuck me. Okay. I forget about that. We have to wait until all the way at the end here. It's going to be like one of the last files it checks. Maldov says, hey, how does one achieve this level of knowledge and expertise? Practice, practice, practice. You just gotta spend so much time. Firebird Singh says, like, I've thrown myself at projects for like a decade now. You just have to sink the time in. Stuff comes with experience. Everything asks compile for Windows. Yeah, Atmosphere's libraries can be built for Windows, and then you can link against them, and all the functionality basically works. Okay, Atchers is not... Okay, right, sure. Atchers. And actually... Oh wait, this one doesn't take a... Where did I add it to pin program? Am I gonna have to recompile everything? I don't think so. Did I fuck that up? Okay, no, I only fucked it up in the one place. Oh, I see. I just fucked it up in the wrong function. Misan, do you fault me for pronouncing ATTRS as attrs? I feel like it's clearly the abbreviation for attributes. What was your first Nintendo system that you owned? When I was a child, I did not like getting like shots at the doctor's office. And my parents were out of town on a business trip. And my grandmother was responsible for taking me to the doctor's office. And my grandmother, who was wealthy, bless her heart, told me that if I was a good boy and I did not complain to the doctor's office, she would buy me a Game Boy. And by the way, I was not like 5 here. I was like relatively older than that, I think. Actually, I might have been. God, when did the Game Boy come out? Boy, because it was an original Game Boy. Maybe I was like 5. Probably. Anyway, I got an original Game Boy when I was a young child. Favorite Pokemon game is Pokemon Silver for the Game Boy Color, because that's the one I played when I was at the right age to have a game become my favorite Pokemon game. And my favorite Pokemon is Wishy-Washy. Okay. Gonna add this here. How do I do this in the actual SF interface? Yeah, I took it at the end, which makes sense. So we need to add it to create process. We need to get program info. We want to add it to atmosphere. Get program info. Cheers. And is there anything else here? Yeah, I think I need to do this. And and actually, so if I wanted to be really precise in matching Nintendo here, this is a pointer, which means that really this should be a const reference. And so do I want to go through compiling all that again so that I can make this a const reference? And you know what? I do. I do want to sit there as this compiles a second time for the sole benefit of having something be a const reference. That sounds exactly like something I would like to do. I'm going to set this compiling in the background since it doesn't matter. What optimizations do you have in place that help you speed up the development process? Relatively few, to be honest. I mean, I'm sure that there actually are a whole bunch of them, but they're just not coming to mind. Development's kind of slow, if I'm being real. Right, and I separated these out into these helpers for some reason, but I don't need to do that anymore. Oh shit. Sphere. I was gonna need to do this anyway, actually, so that's convenient. Horizon is not built on Linux or Android or FreeBSD. FreeBSD is actually misinformation. So Horizon is a completely custom microkernel. It's not based on anything else. It shares the most similarities with the microkernel has some similarities to the Windows APIs, but it's completely custom. Okay, so this is no longer invalid platform ID. It's going to be invalid program attributes. And so now I'm going to have to rebuild. And so let's add these arguments. And we can remove these, actually. Program info by platform can become this. And create process can also move up here. And this can become is valid program attributes const. Actually, does this dereference here? Let me check. Fuck, why do I keep opening the PM kit? Because it's right there. Yeah, okay. How did I define this? I think it's content attributes, right? And then also content attributes none, okay. Okay, and then I think that we're basically just going to end up passing these forward, right? This gets passed into, this is going to be create process down here. And it's also just going to get passed into get program info. So I think we can just swap out this address here and this address here and get program path. I think, how does this work now? Oh, right. They don't need to do the program path anymore, do they? I guess that's not necessary anymore. Because they're not passing a path anymore. Which is really interesting. But we still need to do it. Sadly. Nintendo doesn't need to do this anymore. Because Nintendo has file system services do it. But we still need to do this, which is a little unfortunate. Use RGBTW. You fucking guys. Okay. Stratosphere. Oh, I love the A button challenge stuff. I love those videos. They're all such good content. Is this right to get program path? It is. So how do I implement that, actually? Oh, I do get platform content attributes. What the fuck do I do that for? I bet I don't need that anymore. We also got get program path. And this is just used for the content attribute. So actually this can become a what else on the Homebrew channel shutdown? It seems like drama. I'm not gonna get in there. That's before my time. Yeah, and I bet file system services is doing something, and I bet this is super used on Switch 2, but it doesn't matter for here. Okay. So I think that's gonna be fine. And then we just patch the attributes there. And then these two over here in loader process creation are going to need their APIs changed, right? Because they're no longer taking in a meta platform, they're taking in these attributes. And, use create process. It's funny that the path is unused. I mean, it makes sense. Okay. So code mount receives the content attributes, which makes sense. If I actually looked at scoped code mount, what is it doing here? Meta platform. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm just passing for it to initialize, and I am essentially just using it for that. Nintendo is extracting the like specific byte here, but I think I'm just gonna pass it forward myself because that seems easier. Don't have to worry about it. You know, if stuff changes in the future, maybe I can avoid complicating things. Also, I'm passing 2 bytes instead of 1. It's not a big deal from that perspective. Okay. Okay. All right, okay. I think that's good. Now if we go back here, this is gonna have to take this, and then I think only the meta platform gets passed to here. And so actually what I can do here is I can do platform, and does this get used besides this? It also gets used down here. Well, what's that doing? Oh, I see. This is this thing where it checks all of the stuff. This is for validate meta, I think. This is where it like checks if it's like a specific game or whatever. And I guess it makes sense that this would need it, because like in order to validate a meta file, you'll need to know what platform it's running on. By the way, you guys are having a really complicated conversation, and I'm a little bit locked into paying attention to my code, so I'm not totally following it, so my apologies about that. Right, because this does signature checking, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Now this isn't even using the platform byte on X, so I can just not worry about it. Great. But what does load meta actually do with the platform byte? This also doesn't use it. Very funny. That doesn't really make sense, though. Let me see this. Someone less lazy than me would probably have more stuff labeled. Because this is using it, which makes sense. Should look at this. No, that's not used anywhere. Where is this used? Interesting. Am I getting this wrong here somewhere? Wait, wrong variable. Right, A8 is what I care about, not the other thing. Okay, yeah, I think the only place where it's really used is mounting here. I mean, I imagine that they check the platform in like here, but yeah, no, it seems like basically hard-coded stuff. Okay, no, it is used there. Okay, that makes more sense. A5, and where's that actually being used here? Okay, it looks like the switch loader just panics. This is abort. So this is kind of funny. The switch's loader system module will do an abort if you try to load a switch 2 program on it. This just aborts. So this code will look something like if platform is not platform and X abort. All right, because this is parsing out the actual meta file. Which is very funny. All right, and this is just MPDM parsing. Okay. So this is like the actual load meta from cache. Look at this. Does load meta. Yeah, and it takes in a platform, which makes sense. And they probably still use it down here. But I think that they added in an abort for when it's wrong here, but we don't need to care about that for now. Okay, and then for this, forget program info, we're gonna want to do this. Do platform. Yeah, I think that should basically work. Hearing a second voice switch 2 games on NX19. Very funny, Masan. Very, very funny. Okay. I've probably made mistakes, and also I should check that it's doing what I think it's doing for get program info instead of just assuming. But also, let's be real. My guess is going to be right. Yep. Same check. Content attributes passed there. Platform passed there. Yep. Okay. This is exactly what I thought. So loader's not going to compile here, but I've got a dream, and my dream is that it will. My dream is also that I can type in slashes and type the letter J correctly. Man, 550 is so many people watching this. I mean, hello, people watching this. I hope you're enjoying, but also that is so many people watching this. Oh? Did we just do it? Did our code compile first try? God, he's good. That feels good. I love when I make all my changes and they appear to just work. Based? Okay. Easy. Yep. A quick in and out, easy programming. Great. Now we got to do the PM side of things. So fucking funny. Okay, that's awesome. It's incredibly based. Where does it actually get used? Okay, it gets used in a couple places. You should have done streams of this before. Falcon, I used to stream these 4 years ago, and then I moved, and it stopped being convenient for me to stream, and I kind of fell out of the habit then. Okay, so now we got to do the PM side of things, and then we will test the two of them together. We will see how that goes. So what am I gonna have to do here, right? Because PM passes it here, and it becomes a member of the program attributes. It becomes a member of this structure, and it kind of gets done in the launch program. So let's see this. If I go to the shell service, cool. If I go to PM process info, does this actually get that? If I go to process manager, I think let's actually add a type. Struct. I don't want to do this because I need to add the type for the like PM attributes, and I guess I'll do it this way. PM process attributes. Actually, I will move this out of here and into here. Struct attributes eight. Unknown. Right, because there's three unknowns and then a program attributes What the Hopper says, off-topic question, but do you like any specific music and artists? Okay, so my taste in music is a little notorious for being really garbage. I have incredibly bad taste in music. So I am a Taylor Swift super fan. I super fan of Taylor Swift, and I like some bubblegum pop. Like the song from Black Mirror that was a pop song is really good. And then besides that, I listen to like really bad mumble rap. Like I love Travis Scott. I love Young Thug. And I tend to listen to music at 1.5 or 2x speed is also worth mentioning, regardless of what music it is. Yeah, I do like Lil B, actually. Yeah, again, my music taste is absolutely unhinged. I don't endorse my music taste. Um, okay. Xenophobic says, were similar names for the kernel system models salvaged from a specific firmware version, or do you manually come up with the names and all? So, a lot of names are official because Nintendo has shipped symbols in a lot of ways. For the kernel in particular, there's a funny story which I will tell as I do this. And it is that. So, Nintendo sourced like dev kits from NVIDIA, and NVIDIA gave them the hardware, and a lot of these got recycled. And when they recycled these development units, especially the early ones, NVIDIA handled this, and NVIDIA just kind of stripped the eMMC out of it, and they like they did something with the motherboard, but they essentially just disposed of the internal eMMC for these dev kits, and all these dev kits had Odin underscore eMMC markings, and they started showing up at like secondary markets in China. And if you buy them, they contain whatever was on the dev kit at the time, and also very very early development firmware had a cryptographic error. They had bad cryptography when they generated their console unique keys, and so it is possible to brute force the NAND encryption keys for the very very early dev kits. This is like 2016 or 17 era. And because of this combination of things, we were able to get NAND dumps from these like secondary Chinese markets that have debug kernels. And the debug kernels have relatively extensive logging and like lots and lots of strings. There's no symbols, but you can get the symbols here. Let me actually get an example. I'll just copy one in from my post because I have like a whole folder of them. I have a lot of them. And right, like also ignore the kernel version. The kernel version is different from the system version. It's offset. But like you look at one of these and you scroll down and past the code, there's so much in the way of strings, right? Like, oh yeah, D home team city work SDK programs Chris sources kernel current case session request. You get method names, you get function names, you get so much. And so when I was doing my kernel reimplementation, I did my best to use proper names wherever I could when they were leaked from this. New Life Who says, are the unknowns unused, or do you simply not need to know what they are for AMS? Well, they're unused. In this particular case, it's completely unused, and it's also all zero. So, yeah. Oh yeah, this will break mission control. It for sure will. Oh, am I gonna need to update the... Yeah, I totally am, aren't I? Oh, wait, is this gonna break things? How is that gonna work? I understand, Billionaire. I actually paid for IDA, which I think is very unusual. Let's see. I go to... I don't know who this guy is posting a jobs listing, but that's probably spam, so someone should probably delete it. Probably. Yeah, no, Sillionaire, I spent like $5,500 on my idle license, and then I paid to renew it like $2,500 a year for, or $2,000 a year for many years afterwards. Hello, Sonic the Hedgehog 68. Okay, I'm getting a little distracted by chat, so I'm gonna go back to focusing on code. So I'm not sure. I think that this is actually wrong because I think I have some. I bet I have. Yeah, okay. Here's where it goes. My love says, "Hey, are you from the USA?" Yes, I am. I am from California. I'm from Los Angeles, and that's also where I live right now. Process manager. Okay. So I was gonna want to take in attributes here. Mikam asks, "Do you need mirror backups?" No, I don't really think I need any mirror backups. Oh, I guess it's at this level that it takes it, actually. Interesting. Okay, I guess this should be an implementation type then, and I can totally move it into the impl. That's fine. I will not be doing switch to custom firmware. Someone else can do that. Okay, so I'm going to undo what I did here, and I'm going to move this into the implementation namespace. Because I think I don't need to do it there. And I think actually even better is that I can get this in here. And I know what some of you are going to be thinking as I like copy this in, which is, holy shit, that's a long line of code. And yes, it is. But I also have a policy of not doing line breaks for this kind of thing, except in very exceptional cases. So. I'm updating Atmosphere itself, Kyra. I think this should be right in here. This should be attributes nx. I'll go to launch program impl. And this is going to take in const attributes. Some people will tell you that you should make your code not have long lines, and I will tell them to eat shit. I love long lines. Long lines are based. I think people who bow to the whims of readability are cowards, and I think they should learn to live with long lines. Miss On for the second time goes, I'm cowards. So true, bestie. Is A5 ever used? Okay, so it's all. It gets passed to. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. Program hashers. And then where else does this get used? In create process, which makes sense. Yeah, I'm surprised by how many people are like relatively impatient here. But you know, I kind of get it. People really want to use their consoles again, so just gotta do my best. Okay. With that passed, I think we're basically good there, but, and this is a big but, get program info is called somewhere else, and so I'm gonna need to do that. I forget which function this is, but it's some like fucking shell service implementation. Actually, you know what? Easier way. Yeah, start process, okay. Process info, get process attributes, dot program images. Okay, and this one I am much less confident about. This one's gonna have errors, like for sure. There's no way to the right. I've been too distracted by chat as I'm typing this in for this to compile. I mean, don't get me wrong, that would be so based, but we're not living in that world. This is gonna have errors. I know it. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yep. Process attributes. Right, and I keep typing program when I mean process. Surprise distraction. Nice. Okay, and why is this complaining? Oh, it's the typo. Okay. These are all pretty minor, though. Why did we get another 70 viewers? Like, why are there 620 people watching this? Okay, what's next? Allocate process info. Turn against the function. Allocate process info. Oh, you know what? I bet I forgot to actually add it here, even though I added it to the constructor. That makes sense. Yep. Okay. So let's do this. And we'll also have to fix up this in the C++ file. And I guess I have an alligator here. Yeah, okay. Is that not declared in the scope? I would have expected it to be. Do I need to like add the well, no, because it's used here. I guess. Oh, I bet I need to scope it. Ah, God damn it! No, I just keep typoing this. So true, xenophobic. So true. Okay, that's loader and PM, I think, updated, so let's test them. I'm going to copy these out to my console, and we will see if it boots. Yeah, waiting until there's a stable release is very, very reasonable. Interesting. Okay. Let me get this open here. I'm also surprised how civil chat is, but that's nice. It's because chat are, you know, probably somewhat okay. No, please stay civil. Definitely please stay civil. Steelflex Jones says, why not Visual Studio Code? And it's because I am comfortable with Notepad++ and I don't need IntelliSense. Oh, wait, I totally forgot to turn on the thingy. Okay, that seems promising. Great. I think... Yeah, no, it seems like we have booted. Okay, so loader and PM appear to work. Okay, great. They're talking to each other, and this is all internal anyway, so if it works, it works. Do you do any other hobby reverse engineering? I've done some other reverse engineering for other game consoles. I briefly looked at the PlayStation 5, but I didn't do anything publicly there. But the Switch stuff, Nintendo stuff is basically all of my attention, to be honest. Oh, I got asked, have you tested launching any games? You know, I haven't, actually. I should do that. You guys won't be able to see it, but you're right. I should absolutely test those basic things. Let me do that instead of just assuming it'll work. Yeah, you guys will hear me gaming. That's what I am. I'm a gamer. Sorry that you guys can't actually see this. Also, where do I put the controller? Ah, here it is. Okay, does Mario Kart 8 Deluxe run? Seems like possibly no. Okay, Mario Kart might be broken. Although I can't tell if it's that it's broken or it's just that it's like building ROMFS. Yeah, 32-bit game moment. Okay, let's see if another game will work. I'm gonna have to restart to get out of that. That's unfortunate. For those who are watching, I'm currently restarting my console. I'm gonna try a simpler game. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it makes it to the home menu at least, but Mario Kart is broken, and I'm not sure if Mario Kart is broken because it's a 32-bit game, or if games in general are broken, and I'm gonna need to work to figure that out. But that's fine. I mean, I've debugged worse things before. Oh yeah, no, so the reason that I haven't got another game open already is because I assumed pressing restart would restart my console. And in fact, pressing restart did not restart my console. It just hung, probably because some service had crashed. And yeah, I'm updating the checklist as I'm going, kind of. Yeah, the console supports 32-bit processes. Yeah, ZRKSVD. It's exactly like how some games are x86 on PC. Okay, well, 3D All-Stars launches. But then I did get an error. I got error code 2210-1024 when I actually tried to launch the Mario Sunshine. But it generated a fatal error, so I can look at that in a bit. The problem is I'm also not sure. Some fatal errors might be expected, right? Because we haven't implemented new error report services. Right, like there are commands that exist in the new firmware that we haven't implemented yet, and when those get called, we would expect an abort. The homebrew menu opens fine. Let me see if I go and view the legal information. Okay, yeah, I think I see. I think opening this browser caused this error. If I try to view legal information, that crashes. Okay, so let me actually take notes on these. Loader npm should be fine, by the way. I'm pretty sure. My browser gives error code. Let's see. Don't worry, I'll get this stuff fixed. Depending on how this goes, it might mean that I don't put out a test build tonight, but I might put out one anyway, just so people can call out more errors. We'll see, and who knows, I might be able to solve this somewhat readily. And Frankter Ocean, and I use a Logitech G710 Plus. London ATP, no separate donation button because I do not take any financial support for this. I did this all for free. This is a labor of love for me. I don't accept compensation in any way. I want to do this for free for the community. Okay, you guys can't see this, but highly promising here. And how long does this game take to load? Yeah, it for sure makes the legal side simpler. Man, Animal Crossing is so slow. Yeah, okay, I think Animal Crossing works fine. So the reason I'm checking Animal Crossing is because Animal Crossing is a notorious stress test. Animal Crossing actually like stutters and fails if the kernel is not optimized enough. Like if I build certain debug builds of the kernel without O3, Animal Crossing in particular will fail to meet deadlines. Okay, Animal Crossing is fine. And the other game that I should test, because it's another, I have a couple games that I test. I test Animal Crossing, I test Mario Sunshine. Mario Sunshine is like a stress test for the kernel's thread logic and scheduler. And Fire Emblem Three Houses is actually the other one. And the problem with Three Houses is I will need to put in my game card for it. So let me do that. So right now I have a game card for Fire Emblem Engage in my console. And so the reason I test Fire Emblem Three Houses is because it does the insane thing of mapping like way too much memory into the GPU address space. And so it's a page table exhaustion test. Unless you implement certain page table optimizations, Fire Emblem Three Houses will exhaust the page table heap and the system will hang. That was an error I ran into when I was developing the kernel. And it looks like it worked fine. Okay, so I think these are the known issues, and it's probably a 32-bit game, and this is probably due to the 32-bit without alias stuff that we did in the kernel earlier. And actually, I'm gonna do another test real quick, because I thought of a good test, which is that I'm gonna use a build of the kernel without the page table changes that I have earlier. Fire Emblem works fine. And I'm going to test Mario Kart with it. And if that's the case, then we know it's going to be an issue in my... in my kernel code that I did yesterday. So I'm testing that now. Got the kernel here. Old kernel. Yeah, I mean, I'm just doing a basic check of things. I just want to understand the root of these issues. And Zigong says, how does actual Horizon handle an app requesting too many pages? It returns an error code, and then the game crashes. Although, actually, I think Fire Emblem might have caused a kernel panic because it exhausted a system heap that should never be exhaustible, because I hadn't implemented certain optimizations. Okay. Confirmed. This works without the kernel changes that I did yesterday. So there's going to be some problem in that. So we'll figure that out. We will figure that out. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the name of the game. I always have to do this. It's just you guys don't normally see me do this. How do you install the new updated atmosphere? When I post a zip, you will copy it to your SD card. Um, (2210 1024). So what is that actually? (2210) is web. Okay, that makes sense. Is someone backing up around you? No, actually, that was I think my wife using the microwave. If you mean the beep. Okay, so some web error. And I don't know. 1301 Submit says, why no bookmark? No bookmark because this is a virtual machine that I only use for this. I know a lot of the important error codes by heart, Hunter Mario, but there are thousands of them, and I don't know. I couldn't tell you that 210 is a web without looking it up. But web stuff is usually due to NS changes. When you try this pre-release, at a minimum when I'm done with the error report stuff. But let me just look at this, because when I think about web browser stuff, usually that's because we man in the middle web browser requests. And so if something is broken there, I mean, it would surprise me, but it's not totally impossible. So let me check real quick. Stratosphere, atmosphere, man in the middle. Go to the source, you go to NS, man in the middle. What do I actually man in the middle? All right, man in the middle, NSAM for these three. Get application content path, resolve, get running application program ID. And then we also man in the middle, I guess the like NS web. And so let's also Blue Spirit says, was NS skipped in reverse engineering? It didn't look like there were any relevant differences to me in the little... Actually, where is my little 10 to 20 document? 19 to 20. Sys updates. 19 to 20. So when I looked at this, it didn't look like there were changes in commands that I care about, I don't think. So I kind of just assumed I didn't have to do anything, but it appears that may not be the case. So we'll check it out, and we might have to like change stuff. It didn't look like it would be necessary, but it might be. So let's go ahead and do this. And I fixed it later, StuckPixel. And then let's build Atmosphere Man in the middle. And I'm using a VMware, actually. And then let's see if that fixes it. Because if it does, that'll diagnose it. Also, Mikam, I'm pushing code to GitHub as I'm doing it, so I'm really not worried about a crash, right? Like, nothing of import will be lost if I get a crash. Oh, right. Fucking... I build with all warnings as errors, and one of the warnings is unused parameters. Also, it's getting very hot in here, so I'm going to take off my I Am Knuff sweatshirt because I'm starting to overheat. Just one moment, I'm going to take off my headphones while I do that. Okay, cool. I should be overheating a little less now. You're still Knuff to us. Awesome. Stuck Pixel. It's a Barbie movie sweatshirt. It's like my default cozy sweatshirt. Funny. It's going good. Okay, so I've built this, and now I'm going to try launching the console again. Do you have plans for working on the Switch 2? I'm going to take a look at it, but I'm not going to do a custom firmware, even if it gets hacked. What would you say the biggest update you worked on fixing before? 12.0.0 when they added the new IPC serialization, I think, would be my answer to that. Okay. Okay, still crashes with that change, so probably not our man in the middle. Probably. Hey, Slater. Yeah, of course. No, Midcom. That's not at all how that works. Also, Atmosphere doesn't support piracy in the first place. So, this one's going to be a little mysterious. This one, also a little mysterious, but I think we'll get it. These should be relatively straightforward. I think I'm gonna handle the error report stuff just because it's not impossible that the error report stuff is why this is failing. And once I've done the error report stuff, I'll start working on these issues. So let's do that ERPT shit. Here, tools, okay. Hooking up my console again to my PC, which I know you guys can't see because it's my host. I'm gonna uncomment these since looks like they're not actually involved. Let's get the error report services up. Okay, so we got a couple commands to work on, and HexKYZ, who is the biggest lifesaver of all time, has like put their names on the wiki for me. So let's see what they are. We've got iContext here. is submit attachment with LZ4 compression. Okay. So we need to do create report with specified report ID. We've also got manager commands. Yeah, I see that typo. Get attachment list and get report size max. Okay, so that all seems pretty straightforward. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm actually gonna need to open ERPT in IDA. Oh yeah, I should check stuff up on the GitHub list, shouldn't I? I actually would love to hear the 20.0.0 address space bug. Masad, please hit me with it. That would be awesome if you think that you've solved it. That's done now. Kern, K address space info, line 89. There. 89. Oh, you are right. No, wait, no, it's not, because this is not a recursive call, Misan. This call isn't recursive. This is calling this, which just iterates over the list, looking for the thing with the tag. This does not return 0. This is this is not a recursive call. This is calling this function up here. Yeah, so I don't think that's the problem. Although I would love for you to continue looking for possible errors that I might have made. Hey, bell-shaped. But let's do the ERPD stuff then. So we're going to be doing context and manager stuff. And I don't actually know what these are going to take in, so we're going to have to check. Okay, so you ask what's boot 2 1301 StemEdge. So Nintendo ships a hard-coded set of like 6 processes with its kernel in the firmware package file. And those are in a special partition, and one of them is boot. And boot does a bunch of hardware in it, and then when it's done, it launches the boot 2 program, and boot 2 launches every other program and then exits. So it lets Nintendo launch dynamic list of other programs without having to update the firmware package. Right, let's see. Where's this? Go here. Package 2 is the firmware package, and package 2 contains the boot system module. 3shot says, I'm sure you get this question all the time. Would the beta build be open for anyone to try? I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously you could just build stuff as it is right now, but also once I'm in the testing phase, I will just post a zip link somewhere. We're not at that point yet. Okay, so what are these called? Submit attachment with LZ4 compression. That's presumably going to be the same thing as submit attachment. And what's the ID for submit attachment? Okay, so we want to compare command 9 and compare 13. What does 9 take in? Attachment it has an output attachment ID, it takes in an attachment name, and it takes in an attachment data. I bet this is the same. Okay, so output attachment ID, yep, classic. Attachment ID, input attachment name, yep, and that's why it's checking this, that it's less than x20, and this is, yeah, this is the data, because that's the like maximum size that you're allowed to do for this. Okay, then let me get Atmosphere open. Libraries, stratosphere, source, ERPT, serve. I like a context impl, because I was doing ERPT stuff in the VM at some point. Submit attachment. Yeah, this all makes sense. So we're going to cheat on this, by the way. If that wasn't clear, we're going to cheat really hard on these commands because we don't actually need to implement them quote-unquote correctly for basic functionality. And I often make error report updates a secondary focus of Atmosphere. So we're going to cheat really hard on these, which will be funny. And you'll see what I mean by cheating in a moment here, I think, right? Because which command is it? 13 is with attachment, so okay, is with LZ4 compression. Okay, so this is submit attachment with compression, and it's clearly taking in the same arguments. It looks like. Right, this is the same shit. And I assume it's just gonna LZ4 compress this data somewhere. Probably. Yeah, okay, this is just determining how big this buffer is. Right, and I bet this takes in more arguments than it looks like it takes. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Really? Okay. Okay, so this passes this, and this passes 1. And if I go to submit attachment, I did 13 in 1 smash. But I'll get this. Yeah, this passes 0. So it looks like the two functions are identical, but this Boolean variable for compression or not is dependent on whether or not you're using the with attachment commands. And yeah, okay. So like if I look at this, then they do something to like determine a size. If I look at this, then they do something to determine a size. If I look at this, then it's gonna be like LC4 compression. Yeah, okay. This is for sure gonna be compression. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cheat on this one really hard. And it's command ID 13, I think. And so one of the really easy ways to cheat on something like this is you take this, then where will 13 go? It'll go right here. You copy paste it, make it version 20.00. Yeah, it's exactly what you're expecting. LZ4 compression. Let me just double check that that name is exactly right. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna do this right below create report. Yeah, because I'll have to do it later. Cool. That is that. That's that. That's that command done. Great. And then we're gonna look at the create report command. Right, because this is command 12 and then 14. So where is 12? This is create report. And then let's also get the new command. Oh wait, did I go to the new command? Ah, okay, so this one's actually with specified reprot ID. Let's go here. Let's see. So this eventually passes in to some big function. This is probably create report impl or some shit. Actually, this is probably the reporter function, isn't it? Yeah, this is reporter create report. Yeah, I mean, none of this is germane to people booting the console, and so I don't need to get this done for like an initial build. I just need this to not like immediately error out. So if I look at this, this is create port. I go back here. Yeah, it looks like this is just taking in an extra parameter for the like specified report ID. Although interestingly, it looks like this is actually based on create report with attachments. To my eye. Let me double check that. That'll be command 10. So let's check that. I have no idea why there are so many viewers tonight. Probably Twitch is like recommending me to people, I would guess. Because I've streamed a couple days in a row now. Yes, if I compare create report with attachment, this is with report ID. What's the difference here? Okay, so that's not quite right either. Let's see. Okay, so the first couple parameters are the same. So report type, context buffer, in data buffer will all be the same. And then what's different here? This is an attachment IDs buffer, which actually, I guess this is probably not with attachments. I mean, maybe it is. Got the flags. This last thing is definitely a report ID. I mean, let me actually look at the reporter create reports arguments, because mine should match still. Okay. Come back because the link in GitHub. That makes sense. Okay. So if I go back here, got a report type, results, context, data size. Ever encountered a really about achievement? I have never been knock and talked. Okay, so what is this? Let me look at another create report call. It's meta. Okay. Meta size. And then some other thing, and then flags. Oh wait, actually, does meta? This is not a meta size. This is some other thing. Okay. What is this then? Create report with attachments. Okay, yeah, this is attachments and dumb attachments. Attachments. Dumb attachments. Flags, and this is going to be the new report ID. Okay, so that's going to be all the parameters for this. And luckily, we can steal almost all of these from other commands. And what does reporter create report actually do here? So I go back to where I was. I've already lost my spot. I look at my reporter implementation. To look at create report. Where do I actually get a report ID? I do generate UUID. Okay, so this should probably be straightforward to implement, because I'm betting that they just check this. Yeah, okay, this is what's called. And this, if this gets used, otherwise this will be util generate UUID. Yep. This generates random bytes. Yep. Okay, yeah, that's tinymt. Okay. Yeah, so this works exactly how I would expect this to work. So this one will also be relatively straightforward. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add this here as a parameter. What's the type here? Report ID, okay. So I look at create report. here. And then it looks like this basically just forwards to here, so I'm also going to need it here. I'm going to pass it here. What's your first Legend of Zelda game that you played? My first Zelda game was Ocarina of Time on an actual Nintendo 64. Not sure this is going to be good, but... I think that's probably correct. And so far as I know, that should do that. And then I'm just gonna have to make sure all the reporter call sites are good. So this is going to be command 14. Wait, pasted it wrong. Here. Work with hide prot ID. So I've got that typo. Double check that I got the name right. And let's see, what are the arguments again? Okay, so you've got the report type, got an in buffer for the context, got an in buffer for, whoops. God, I'm so unused to how small this window is. I should have fixed it. I said I was going to fix this and then I didn't. I need to make this VM bigger. Okay, context buffer, string buffer. Right, yeah, that's the data. I mean, let me double check that, but I'm pretty sure it's the data. Yeah, I call it the data buffer in these, so I'm not sure why I call the string buffer up there. Doesn't matter though. String buffer. Then it takes in a meta buffer. It also takes in an attachment IDs buffer. Yeah, this is gonna be a long one. Takes in an error results, takes in flags, and then it takes in a report ID, ID. Yeah, the switch has anti-downgrade protections built into it. String buffer, meta buffer, attachment IDs buffer. For result flags ID. Let me put this here. Put this there. And I think that should be a correct correct definition for this. That needs to be command 14. Yeah, no worries. Later, Masan. Yeah, this one takes in and then passes all the arguments to the report creator code. Okay, so let's get this here. I apologize for the background noise. here. Okay. Context info, create report with specified report ID. I mean, I think I'm just gonna need to combine these, right? Because if I take like create report here, this is all gonna be, you know, the same shit. But I'm also going to need to get the attachments. Also going to need to check that the attachment sizes are valid. Then this gets attachments, num attachments, flags, and port ID. And then I also think I need to update the call site for this for every other thing. Yes, reprot is a it's a Nintendo typo that I am reproducing. Okay, so I think that's probably the context stuff done. Yeah, basically weed killer. Although you might want to wait longer than that because I'm probably going to upload a build that I expect to be a little broken. Okay, so now we've got get attachment list and get report size max. So let's look at this. No, I don't want loader kip. I want ERPT. Okay, let's go to the manager. And we're gonna look at command 6. Interesting. So if I just go, is this correct? How did this look before? Actually, look at get attachment list. Before it took in an out buffer and a report ID. And now it seems like it's taking in 3 arguments instead of 2. Let me actually look at my implementation code for that. Oh right, wasn't this a weird attachment list stuff? I feel like there was some weird structure that they had here before. Right, because I look at get attachment list, and yeah, that makes sense. Okay, because they have the weird attachment list stuff, and then if I look at journal, right, I'll get journal, get attachment list. Yeah, it returns this weird attachment list type. Where does this do? Attachment list, journal for attachments, get attachment list. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, right, because it was really weird because it stores the output count in the output buffer, which has to be parsed, which was always very strange. So I bet I know what's happening. I bet that this is now like an int pointer. This is now a pointer to the buffer, and this is, you know, the usual report ID. So if I operate on that theory, okay, so this is going to be journal for attachments. List. It's going to be an output pointer. This is going to be the output buffer. Yep, this is going to be over the size of the attachments. This is going to be the number. This is going to be the specified report ID again. Seems legit. Okay, sure. Actually, I guess this is journal, get attachment list. And this one is journal for attachments, get attachment list, because they're in different translation units, and Nintendo doesn't use LTO. Okay, yep, okay, this is for sure. This is going to be the output count. This is, okay, yeah, this is just an improvement. This is also super straightforward to implement. This is going to be easy peasy. So easy. Add a 20 here. This is going to be 6. Attachment list. Yep, Reprodigy is a Nintendo typo. So we're going to leave it. Get attachment list. Deprecated. Go here. I think this is... I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, look at the attachment list type. Let's just keep the API the same. It's been date release of Atmosphere. I don't know, man. I will probably get some kind of testing build out tonight, probably, but that's not a promise. And it's probably gonna be broken in some ways, right? Like I need to fix bugs when it's ready. So where's the attachment list? Okay, yeah. So it has a U32 account and it has an attachments per report max list, which is really funny. And attachment info. Yep. Okay. Have you needed to do deprecated 2 yet? Yeah, new waifu. Include stratosphere, fserv, custom proxy, SF, custom proxy from loader. Feast your eyes here on open code file system deprecated 4. It's they love ABI breaks in internal modules. Okay, so this is going to be out 2. Do I usually do this as a how do I usually do this? Okay, I don't know really. Reference it. Out count. Out buff. Port ID. I love Notepad++. Notepad++ meets all of my needs. Why would I ever use anything else? Okay. And then in manager info, we'll make this get attachment list deprecated. We'll add get attachment list, which adds a out U32 out count. Copy this. Add this. Add get attachment list. Oh, also I need to add a maximum version. 1901. Right, because this command no longer exists now. Okay, how do I want to do this? We're gonna mess up the journal stuff. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do get attachment list, and this is now gonna take because an attachment list. Actually, look at the types here. An attachment list is a count and an attachment info buffer. So we're gonna do to out counts, out infos. And then similarly, this is going to be here, and this is going to be nice and easy, right? Because for journal, get attachment list, I just get to do out counts, out infos. And for here, you do this, do star out count is count. I'm gonna do oh wait, I actually need to add a size to this. Whoops. Okay, so I'm gonna need to add also a max out infos. Okay, so that seems fine. This seems fine. That's fixed up now. And now what we're gonna do here is do it like this. We're gonna do what do I call these fields? Attachment list.count. List attachments. Okay, and that should be correct backwards compatibility for the previous one. Serena, feel free to pin something about release date. Do whatever you want. I don't really understand how Twitch chat works, to be honest. What do they check? Okay, they just get the size. Also, there's now a there's check here. 6693. Yeah, that's a valid argument. Or unless x outputs is greater than or equal to, what do I call this? Attachments for report max. Yeah. It's interesting that they check that it's at least 10, because you used to be able to send less. Well, I guess I'm just not going to add that check, and it's going to be fine. Also, I do, and I'm just not going to add this check. Yeah, I also don't really know why they do that. I assume it's because there's different developers working on different components because it's so modular. And so probably the people who do this do things. Could I set the check? Oh yeah, I guess I could. You're right. Yep. Yep. Seems legit. Okay. Buff dot I think it's all correct. And then what's this remaining command? Because it's gonna be what's it called? I think it's like get maximum report size. Okay. How does that work? Okay. Takes in an output output U32, and it's returning a hard-coded value. As you know, Public says, have you lived in SoCal your whole life? There have been brief periods where I've lived outside SoCal, but never more than like a couple months. And never on like a intending to be permanent basis. So yeah, I've been in Southern California essentially my whole life. The furthest away that I've really lived is Santa Barbara. Although I did spend a couple months living in Shanghai in China for a while. Yes, this one's gonna be an easy one to implement. Cool. This is gonna be really easy to implement. Yeah, I also considered Santa Barbara to be SoCal. So I think the real answer is I've always lived in Southern California. Is there a portion of Atmosphere that doesn't run on re-implemented system modules and processes? Well, the kernel isn't a system module or a process, and the secure world EL3 trust-owned firmware isn't a system module or process, and the bootloader isn't a sys module / process. But the question you're actually asking, is there anything that's part of Atmosphere that isn't a re-implementation? And the answer is no. It's re-implementations all the way down. I mean, I have ABI intercompatibility with Nintendo's processes, and a lot of processes aren't re-implemented, and so we use Nintendo's copies. But yeah. Cool. That is probably. I have put so much effort into making Nintendo's copies work. What's even crazier is Atmosphere has single copies of my modules, and I have ABI compatibility with every Nintendo firmware version. And Nintendo breaks their own ABIs all the time, and whenever they do that, I have to support both ABIs. And so I do that all over the place. All over the place. But it's been a lot of work, but you know, it leads to a smooth experience. And it's a testament to how modular their operating system is that I can, you know, drop and replace their processes and have it work. Okay. Yep. Report ID does not name a type. Okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Dumb. Dumb. Yeah, I don't know if it's that I care more so much as they are allowed to break things because they're quote unquote internal only APIs. And, you know, if the only consumer of an API is internal, then it doesn't matter, right? You can break it. But the problem is I am replacing internal consumers. So, yeah. People are talking about long lines in this file. Yeah, how many characters is this? This is column 508. God, we love long lines. Okay. Big money, no whammies. No shot I got any of this right. There's gonna be compiler errors, so let's see them. Yeah, there we go. Hit me with those errors. In context implement creates a report. Okay, which I just missed. This one's actually not a hard one. It's just that I missed a place where this is called, because I didn't actually check if it was called anywhere else. Oh wait, did I? Order create report. Flexible pointer. What line is this? Oh wait, I bet it's a different file, isn't it? Okay, let's do a single file make so we can see where the whammies are coming from. Right, because this is clearly just some error, but I don't see that on line 89 here. Okay. Here's complaining that attachment ID's buffer was not declared in the scope. So if I go to 186, where's the actual complaint? Attachment ID's buffer. What's it called? It's called attachment data. So let me fix that. Can a software engineer know how to do this stuff? A software engineer could definitely learn how to do this stuff. I mean, I learned how to do it, and I was not a software engineer when I learned how to do it, because I was learning it as a hobby. Okay, it's force shutdown that was crashing. That makes sense. And it's going to be line 89. No, this is all just a hobby. Don't get me wrong, it's a hobby that I've spent 10,000 hours on, plus, but, oh right, forgot to change the name to deprecated. Okay. Just count, what's that field name? Does it not count? Report count. No, it's attachment count, of course. How could I possibly have mistaken the variable name there? Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about, you know, what I do outside of this. I want to stay focused on this. I've answered the question a bunch of times though. Is there new stuff on the issue? God damn it. Okay. Cool. Block user for 3 days. Spam. Block user for 3 days. Spam. Block user for 3 days. Spam. I swear people don't read. I will ban anyone who posts anything inane on this issue. It's so unambiguous. Well, whatever. There have ever been useful comments, but I definitely don't expect useful comments. People don't usually give me useful stuff. Okay, I think this is basically gonna build. Just positive. So let's actually back out of this. Do a full build. And my thought here is basically just that, you know, if I do a full build right now, then this is going to give me a good baseline, because this is going to be, you know, everything that I said I needed to get done. And then it's just going to be debugging. And once I run this and we get back to that point, I'm probably going to take a... Do I want to take a break? No, I kind of don't. I mean, I should, but I don't think I want to, so I'm probably not going to. I'll probably hop straight into debugging. It would be a natural time to take a break, though. about that. Best question is, have you tried leveraging AI for this? That is like one of the stupidest possible questions. I'm sorry. I know you're trying to be nice and helpful, but no, AI would not be useful here. I kind of hate AI, so I'm definitely not going to leverage AI for this. AI would not be able to do these kinds of reverse engineering updates. Claude Code would be useless for this. Look at this, because I've now done these. Right, I did this, look at this. Vibe coding should mean coding with a vibrator, not hitting a button and getting AI slop. Funny. When stuff is ready to test, I'll put a link. I'll like upload a zip and post it somewhere, but we're not at that point. I mean, there are 2 known issues, and likely there are more issues that I don't know about yet. Is Breath of the Wild 32-bit? I don't think so. I think Breath of the Wild is 64-bit. I'm thinking about these issues. This one I can almost definitely solve because it's probably going to be the address space info changes. Probably. And we're probably going to handle that by cherry picking stuff. Do you use single monitor or dual monitor? My setup when I'm not streaming is I have 2 1440p monitors next to each other. But this stream is being done within a 1080p virtual machine, which actually I find very frustrating. I'm used to having lots and lots of space, and I like fully using my monitors, and I'm kind of constrained on the stream, which, if you've noticed me being a little confused at where windows are placed, it's because I kind of have a system normally, and I can't use it due to the VM screen being too small. So how do we want to do these kernel changes? Because it's almost definitely the address space info stuff. Right, like if I look at, my actual commits. Right, if I look at the 20 support branch. I mean, this one, no shot this has anything to do with Mario Kart. This probably does impact Mario Kart. No shot, no shot, no shot, no shot. Maybe. No shot. So I think we're basically just gonna have to like cherry pick a bunch of this shit, which is fine. I'm cool with that. And we'll just test the commits individually, I think. Soulflower says, will the stock error code 2206.1015 impact atmosphere? I think that would probably still impact atmosphere. If you would get that on stock, you will probably get it on atmosphere, since that seems to be an issue with just the Nintendo stuff in general. That makes sense. Like MK. Most games don't bother to do obfuscation, but Mario Kart makes sense because they want to prevent cheating. Although I also don't know anything about it, so who can say? Okay, let's prepare to, now this is built. Let's just verify that stuff basically works. I'm gonna copy this over to my host. I'm gonna extract it to my Switch SD card, which you guys can't see. I'm gonna remove custom kips. Gonna remove the working mesosphere build, the old one. Hey Forok. So that'll be good. The kips that I have are I had a copy of Loader, a copy of PM, and a copy of AMS Man in the Middle, because I built them earlier, and I was overriding the ones that were in my like holistic build. Okay. Now we are gonna launch this. Okay, console's open. Let's test this fire. Does homebrew menu open? Yes. Does Fire Emblem open? Yes, it does, and it is fine. I'm gonna try Mario Kart. Well, let me actually check if. Yeah, okay, we still get the web browser error, so that's still real. This is still real, and Mario Kart 8 is definitely gonna still fail. Okay. I actually am going to get up and be right back. I need to use the restroom, so give me like a minute for that. I'm going to fall in and drown, and you can't stop me. Okay, I am back. Like I said, it was only a minute. And now let's bisect these. Ah, shit, did I not separate the loader and here PT stuff? Ah, fuck. Yes, I washed my hands. Of course I washed my hands. I did not blow any big clouds, but I vape. You guys are fucking ridiculous. I do not think that my marriage would survive if I was in the habit of not washing my hands. God damn it. You guys are ridiculous. There's nothing I can do to persuade you. I'm just gonna continue doing my work. Okay. Let's get all these juicy little commits here. We're gonna start by figuring out the Mario Kart one. And Nivlita says you watch with soap, right? So we don't have soap right now, and we've been using body wash because we haven't replaced the soap. So technically no. But I did use body wash. Whatever. My wife's doing the same thing. Yeah, they smell pretty nice. Okay. Let's think about this. Kernel. Debugging. Ah, fuck me. How do I change Git's rebase editor to be not this? I mean, I can do this, but I would really rather not. Git change rebase editor. How do you do that? I mean, it is fine, but I prefer to just do it in Notepad++. Okay, got it. Really? Can I not set this? Why is that not working? Oh, probably because I need to do it like this. It's not gonna work. Let's text new token. I see. Oh, okay. How did I do this originally? Was it something like this? What do you even use when you need to? Oh, probably it was a slash. I see. It's probably that. Problem with the editor. Really? Oh, there's no. Is that how we're no public socials? See, files. Oh, is the public 64-bit now? Okay. Okay, thank God. Hello, laser. Okay, so let's take a guess. This one, definitely safe. This one, almost certainly not good, so we're gonna drop it. This one's probably safe, this one's probably safe. This one's probably safe. Okay, do we want to just bet that this one is the problem? Because I bet it's the problem. I think I'm just gonna drop that commit and figure the rest are good. Okay. Now we build a debug copy of Mesosphere, and then I'll test it. Yeah, this seems like this is the obvious thing because Mario Kart is a 32-bit game and this specifically impacted 32-bit stuff. How do you get the commit back after you've dropped it? I could just do a git cherry pick to get it back in. But also, I switched to a different branch before I started doing this, so I can always just reset to the branch that isn't, you know, being used for fuckery. Okay. Mesosphere, out, debug. Now I'm going to copy this to my switch. Should you DoorDash Dr. Pepper? I'm craving an ice cold Dr. Pepper. I don't know why you're product placementing in my Twitch chat, but yeah, why not DoorDash it? Do it. Okay, console is booting up. Sorry, there's nothing really visible for you guys as I do this, which I apologize about. But you can hear things. Yeah, exactly. If this is the commit, then we're gonna have me figure out which part of I did wrong. Well, wouldn't you know it? The problem commit sure is that one. Okay, so winning bet that we placed. Um, so now the question is, what did I do wrong in that? What did I do wrong in that? In that commit. And so that commit was update k address space to reflect any photo changes. So we do to port Dems microkernels from random RVA days. I ported it to a Raspberry Pi. You can totally do it. It works. It's not very hard to port. I tried to make it easy to port to new boards. Okay. This can't be wrong because this doesn't get used. So the start changes are fine. And then this, let me get the kernel open. Oh wait, it's get space info, get size. So when I look at this, right, because we basically just rewrote this. A bit width here. Yeah. I mean, this is all sensible, and this is for sure type alias. And create process flag. Let's double check the create process flag. Right, because they do and this earlier. Yeah, it's a bit with at oxy. So libraries live vapors include vapors svc svc types common scroll. So this is an absolute value of 4. So let me just check. Okay, cool. So it is definitely, this is correct. This is the one that we're checking for. And so we get the address space width. And then we get the size by doing this. That's correct. And then if it's 30 by that alias and the type is heap, then we add the size for the alias region. And that seems totally correct to me. Otherwise, it's 0. If we pass in type is alias. This seems correct to me. I forget, where is this modified? Where do I use set address space size? I'll use it in K-system control base. So let me look at that just real quick. Well, that's okay. So that's only for 39-bit, so that wouldn't impact this. So that's fine. And where is this actually? What is this doing? All right, yeah, that's doing a 39-bit lookup, which makes sense. Because that's doing the set size. So look at this. Let's double check all this stuff. So in page table base initialize for process. What's going wrong here? We now pass in the code size, which seems correct. We adjust the heap and alien size if we done an alias region. And I got to remove that because, yeah, I mean, that seems legit. Let's double check this though. Let me get the code back open in IDA. Where's my little commit logs? Here it is. Okay, now we got that applied. Libraries. Miss here. Source. Okay, page table base. I'm gonna go do initialize for process. Good space start, good space size. So the first thing that I note is that we get the alias region size and the heap region size up here. Otherwise, let's do start. Well, I deleted that before. Later, SkyWMV. I don't see how this would be incorrect, right? Because alias and heap have been set up, and these should be returning like correct values. I mean, I guess I can actually like check this is saying. Initial size is this. Yeah, I mean, when I actually like this flow, this is doing size flags heap. This is code region start. Is yeah, get space start. Map small. Code region start, and this is going to get the code region size. Map large and map start is used for alias code, which all makes sense. Region starts for stack and kernel mapper set. Process start and process code end get set. Yeah, I mean that all checks out to me. Right, this particular function diff is so simple that I think it has to be correct. Okay, I suspect that it is not here that's problematic. And when we do address space size, well, let me actually check real quick in a diff current k address space info. No, we extract it. That should be right. Flags, they should be totally correct. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't make sense. I mean, this should be passed, that's fine, because this can take in the original flags. This does do the ANDing. Look at the type. This, yeah, is the value shifted, so that should be right. No, I feel like this should be correct. Okay, let's go back to looking at this diff, just in case we spot anything super obvious. That really can't be wrong. This doesn't pass in the, yeah, this can't do heap or alias. Max process memory could be wrong, I guess. This seems like it must be correct. I wonder if it's this. Space size, M flags, and type is heap. Let me double check that. No, that seems right. Yeah, but that'll be the same. I'm like trying to think what could possibly be the problem here, and I guess it kind of has to be, right? Because this just adds an unused parameter. Okay, so it can't be this, and similarly, it can't be this because it just adds. This is all just touching the start function. This calls into get heap, so it could be this. It could be this too. Yeah, that's the thing is I don't really see how this could be a problem. I mean, it's definitely using KPI table base. It's used in this, but I'm mimicking that. This is either 0 or 1, so it's never a bad type. And this is just getting the map small size, so although actually this calls get heap in a create process. Let me check that. Source SVC process. Create process. Capabilities. I see. Let me look at this. In case 0 and 4, new map start is 0. Map start is 0. Map end is map start plus map size. Yeah, okay. And it's only in case 6 where we end up passing in the heap. I mean, I wonder if I have some usage that Nintendo doesn't, which I should check. Space info, that's what it's defined. We got this, and it's here. The chat overlay is layered behind the VM. Oh, whoops. That should be fixed. Stock pixel. That should be fixed. Yeah, it's very strange that this, of all things, would be causing the problem. Right, because, I mean, did I fuck up this calculation? Maybe this is actually not what it's doing. Let me, just look at this. This just sets the alias size whenever it finds it. Whatever the problem is, it's really non-obvious to me where this is going wrong. Right, because this will now be 0 or whatever. Alias region size. Alias extra size. I guess this could go wrong. But I don't see how, because I thought this was always done in the first case. Okay, let's look at the page table init. Process. And let's also diff this against like the logic for the previous kernel. Do I already have it open? I must. Oh, yeah, already had it open. I'm sure I'm going to feel very stupid when I figure out what this is. Zero, zero. Right, because case 0 is now identical to case 4. And there's also identical to case 2. So all this alias size and heap size, and this is heap size, and this is alias size. And wait, this is actually alias size. Thank you, Mima96. And then this is compared to atmosphere code. Yeah, map small start. There is a much bigger audience. The kernel was by far the most work and the hardest to debug. No contest, kernel. Very, very difficult. That took like most of a year. So the static code region is set to map small start and yeah, start plus size, which makes sense. And the kernel map region and kernel map gets set to the same thing. Yep. Stack region end gets set to that. Stack region start is also set to that. Stack region end set to that. Stack region start to that. Yep. And the alias, I sound like SQC, fascinating. The alias code region, which is the wrong name in here, is set to map small, and here it's map large, and here it is yeah, map large end. Okay, so that all seems good. That all seems good. Disable device alias merge, right? And then we've got these like horrible structures. Do I have these in here? I feel like I must. Page table init struct, yeah, I do, okay. What is this? V30 is V39, which is oh wait, let's get that over here. So what is V30 then? V30 is 0. And what do I say is the first structure here? I reversed this a long while ago. Type is region type kernel map. Okay. Well, that doesn't seem right. I mean, pretty clearly, if I undo this, need to. This is an index, but what's this? Okay. Yeah, that is right. And what are the IDs for these? It's been a while. Let's get the page table base open here. Yeah, so we got kernel map is 0, stack is 1, alias is 2, and heap is 3. So what we do is we check if this is 0, and if it is, then we set it structs 0 to be this. Right, and because it's already 0, then we're good. And it doesn't need to do anything else because it's the optimizer is knowing that the type and the index can just stay the same. Okay, and then it should check the stack region. So if v231, which is, yeah, the stack region. Is that really 0 there? I guess it's only set in the 39-bit. And they set region size to be alias size, and they set this to be, yeah, that's heap size. Well, where did I name heap size before? Oh, I have no idea why I named that. Just checking this. Alias is 2, heap is 3. So we write this here. Write alias size 0 here. And then it does this complicated logic for allocating these. Right, because it sorts them from largest to smallest. Gets them. It coalesces them. I don't want to. This logic. None of this logic should have changed because, like, the actual thing that this is doing is not different. It's just basically removed this conditional block, which we saw. Right. Yeah, previously they were doing this on 32-bit without alias. This really feels like it has to be correct to me. Okay, what does get heap region size do? Region ends heap minus region starts heap. So that should be fine. Have you tried Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on normal firmware? I'm assuming you have. Yeah, so it works fine without this commit. If I build my kernel and I don't have this specific commit, then it works. So it is something about this specific commit that breaks it, and this commit is really tiny, and I'm not seeing anything incorrect in it. Yeah, no worries. And of course, it's my pleasure to work on this stuff. Okay, get edge space start. I mean, that seems correct enough. This also seems correct. Maybe M flags isn't set here. Let me go to kprocess. Later. No, that should be fine. Man, why the fuck would this fail on Mario Kart? Salty Mentor says, any plans to stream after release? Maybe. We'll see. I don't really have plans, but you know, we will see what happens. The reason you decided to stream for this update? I used to do it. I used to stream all the time years ago. And then I moved and stopped, and I haven't done it in 4 years. And, you know, it's like the last major update before the Switch 2, you know. I was hyped. I was like, why not? This logic is definitely all correct. I did this forever ago. Max heap size is 0. Does that get set differently? No, because I think this max heap size is just like... set max heap size. Where do I do that? I bet this is different. Let me think. Let me go to here. Let me see this. Bin diff. Let me get bin diff back open. Okay, kprocess run is totally identical. Okay, where is max process memory used? I don't expect homebrew on the Switch 2. It would be lovely, but I don't expect it. Param get total user. I wonder if these are messed up now. See total non-system user physical memory size. It includes some empty folders so that people can put stuff in them. Okay, we get the heap size, the map physical memory size, X size, if this stuff. This one's basically the same. Let's see if we have a default or it's not a secure. If we have a default or it's here and this, then we return this. All the mod chip does inject the payload. No, the mod chips do voltage glitching on the Switch. They like glitch the boot processor into accepting a different RSA public key, which payloads are then signed with. And the newer system on chip that is in the Switch 2. How do I put this? The boot processor is using dual core lockstep, so you can't really glitch it the same way. And then on top of that, it's also completely untrusted. Even if you gained control of the boot processor, it wouldn't let you get homebrew or custom firmware because NVIDIA has a security processor using a custom, it's NV RISC-V called the Platform Security Controller that's actually in charge and is actually the root of trust. Like the boot processor is completely untrusted. Okay, well, when in doubt, we don't know at what step things go wrong. So when in doubt, let's drop this diff, and we're gonna do it again. We're just gonna do the stuff that it did again, incrementally, and we're gonna see where things mess up. Right, because it has this difference in the header for k-address space info. Right, and then source, current k-address space info. I don't think there's anything especially funny that you missed in the chat. Did you say you signed a payload for something? Yeah, I used to. But that was years ago. I haven't done sub stuff in a very long time. Actually, you know what I should do? I should do something very basic. Let me get this commit in, and then let me just do the really stupid thing. Where I just take one of my processes. This was just like 64 fuses. It's got a huge number. Like, let me take boot 2 and give boot 2 a tiny address space. And so what I'm thinking right now, which is probably not obvious to anyone, what I'm thinking right now, which might not be obvious to anyone watching, is that I want to tell if it's a problem with creating processes with that address space, or if it's like some kind of deeper kernel problem. If they actually ran out of anti-downgrade fuses, I'm sure that they could figure out a way to, you know, burn more of them. But I don't expect that. I don't think they all are. I think it varies by game to game. Swampert Tube. Such a bizarre problem. No, I'm sure we'll get this eventually, right? Like, the problem is that this diff is so small. I don't see how it could possibly be problematic. I don't know what a new emulator means, Barek, FB, CVR. Okay, I've copied this over to my SD card. And let's see what is going to be the problem here. let's see what we get doing this. Let me turn on the overlay. Let's try launching this. Yeah, I don't think I ever have new waifu. Okay, so it's not something inherent to that address space size. It can't be something inherent to that address space size because boot 2 had a reduced address space when I was doing that. Good night, FX Awesome Dude. Also build a bad mesosphere just to test it one more time. Right, under my theory, because I did fuck around with the commit order. Under my theory, this should fail when I try it. The to-do list is looking the same, Fibered. Let me get it open. Mario Kart 8 DX is failing, and I'm not clear on why. And importantly, so I tried a problem. I tried a kernel version that had everything except for this commit, which messes with the 32-bit without alias address space, and it worked fine. So now, just a sanity check, I'm checking it again with everything. Because if it works, then that would indicate that maybe the issue is actually another commit, and worse, the issue is random, which would be a nightmare for me. But it's not impossible, so I have to check it. Did you get a Threadripper just to compile Atmosphere? Yes, I got a Threadripper because I wanted to make building Atmosphere faster. That is the reason why I bought a Threadripper. I think you mean 32 or 64-bit Swamper 2, but I'm not actually sure. I think it's a 64-bit game. How long did it take to compile for the Threadripper update? I went from doing make J8 to make J64. It's much longer. Okay, so the bad news is that it appears to work. Which is very unfortunate for me. Because it means I don't know what's happening. That's really unfortunate. I mean, either it must be, or the build that I had on my SD card was bad, or something. It could have been something. I don't know. Well, I love spending a bunch of time on something that appears to not actually ultimately be a problem. At least not a consistent one. Cannot reproduce this a second time. Because I haven't gotten any other game failures, right? I'm just going to launch my games in order and see what happens. Mario Kart 8 seems fine. Fire Emblem Three Houses. Alright, it needs 2 controllers. I'm using my Debug Joy-Con. I mean, if this is a real issue, and I'm not sure if it is or like my build was stale or something, because it's not impossible that I just had a stale build of Atmosphere when I was doing this. Because if I had a stale build of Atmosphere somehow, and that caused the problem, I mean, that would be very silly. Animal Crossing's fine. Pokemon Scarlet appears to be fine. I guess Pokemon game, Pokemon Silver. I'll check the web browser issue in a moment. I don't know what to make of this, but I guess we'll see if people reproduce this when I end up posting a build, I guess. Let me see. The web browser gives an error code. Okay. It's 2210 1024. Let me try getting the browser open. Yeah, because it's 2210 1024. I didn't post the stream anywhere different tonight. I posted it in the same places. I'm not sure why there are so many more viewers, so to speak. Okay. I am going to just take a note of this report, and then I'll copy it into my host. I'll copy it into my VM in a minute. Yeah, I think maybe it's because I've streamed 3 days in a row now, and people are just getting this recommended to them. Let me just see if I don't have anything useful here. Okay. What do you think about this? Let me get the log for this. Okay. Gonna copy over the log. How the fuck are there 645 viewers? Christ, that is so many people. I mean, hello everyone, but Christ, that's so many more people than I was expecting. The link to Twitch stream was posted on GBA temp. Oh, that would also do it, yeah. Still, so many people. So, I don't know what's going on here. Okay, let me go to my crash reports. Here is the most recent one. Offline, and it's a user break, which makes sense. Interesting that we don't appear to have real module names for this. Oh, but there's only one module loaded, so it must be in libapplet offline. Oh, I bet that my my name parsing is broken, and I'll need to fix that later. This updates. Let's get a new IDA window. Oh, you know what? I have a sneaking suspicion that I know what this is going to be. I have a sneaking suspicion that I know what this is going to be. So it says you're not on IDA 9. I have IDA 9 in my host, but I rarely use it for Switch stuff because I need to share IDA databases with my friends, and my friends have not upgraded. HexKYZ in particular is still on IDA 7, and I want him to be able to open my IDBs. So, yeah. A lot of people who I would like to share IDBs with, their name is secretly Jiang Ying or Octavian Dima, and that constrains my ability to use upgraded IDA for anything that I want to share. No, I know that IDA 9 has leaked, but the people who I share stuff with have not started using the leaked copies, so... Oh, fuck, I opened the wrong applet. Fuck me. Why did I open the wrong applet? Okay, let's get this one open. Yeah, and this is just SEC break, so... Yep, that's, you know, just aborting. That's abort. What did I say that I said was weird? Okay, well, my bet appears to win. Guess what, boys? We have finally run into a theoretical issue that could have happened this whole time, where the web browser needs more memory than we have. Because Atmosphere steals memory from the applet space. And what actually triggers this? this, assert, assert, okay. Seems like applet memory. So if I look at the kernel, let me look at the address space setup, because that might not have been copied at diff. Maybe they gave the applet space more memory in 12.0.0. So let me just check that slab heap counts. Where does this get initialized again? Initialize slab resource counts. Yeah, okay. 80, blah, 900, 100, 384, 80, 200, 10, 300, 11, 33, 100, 7, 5, 4, 1, 6, 40. Okay, yeah, it's the same. It would probably make it easier once I get used to using it, Nick Bon, but I'm not sure. Where does the like Apple stuff actually happen? Show this pool partition region. I'm not sure what they did, because they could have removed it from the system region. Yeah. Pool partition region. Yada yada. So what are they doing here? So they are, it appears, always using CD5 as the size for, it looks like they removed the other types in 20 from, I wonder how I missed this. Why is this not showing as different? What the fuck? Why is this, if this is identical, why is this like this? Oh, is this, I see. Okay, there we go. This function's identical. These values. Okay. 1FB, 1FB, 612, 1CO, 232, 891. That's configurable, Swamper2. You'll just need to fix your configuration. 2CO4. CO4. Yeah, that seems right. Well, this is gonna be really unfortunate to fix. Let's see what the damage is, right? Like, what is the damage gonna be? Hemisphere, kernel source. Although this wouldn't be in init core, would it? No, it would be in memory layout. Libraries, libmesosphere, source, kern, k, memory, layout. Is this different? Oh, right, .board at Nintendo.next. Yeah, okay. Pool partition regions. System control init. Get applet, pool size. Okay, so this is being done here. How bad is this damage going to be? Right, because we steal a lot of memory, to be fair. Memory size, yeah. Then memory size. Okay, because we always give application the amount that we're supposed to. And then Atmosphere steals 40 megabytes, which is a lot. So let's play how much do I have to give up here. If I steal 20 megabytes, how's that going to do for us? Yeah, what's a hopper? So the memory, when I launch a web browser, I am getting this error where it says result out of memory on startup. So the web browser apparently needs more memory than we are providing. And so I want to see if I give it more memory, does that fix the problem? Okay, gonna try booting now. I don't really do much like web browser stuff. Hybrid says, is it meant to be getting more memory now? Yes, it is. That's why I'm giving it more memory. That's what I just built it to receive more memory. Okay, that still fails when I only steal 20 megabytes. So that's lovely. So now, let's say that I didn't steal any memory. Because I like your custom system modules. I don't even know if Atmosphere will boot like this, to be honest, because we might need the memory for Atmosphere Man in the Middle. Right? Like, I have no idea if Atmosphere will even boot like this. Okay, what's our damage gonna be? We'll see. I mean, look, I don't really believe that the browser needs that much memory. And so worst case, I will find some way to lie to it, probably. Yep. We get boot failure with not enough. Okay, if I take 12 megabytes, is that enough? I mean, I expect that I'm going to have to lie to the web browser. That's my expectation. Yeah, I am basically binary searching how much memory I need to give it. Okay, we are launching now. serial atmosphere boots. And then we get an out of memory. Right, okay. So atmosphere needs to steal more than 12 to boot. I mean, I've stolen this memory for years and years and years, so I don't really understand how this can be a problem. I should probably check what this is actually doing at some point, too. Okay, now we're going to test with 16 megabytes stolen. And console, yeah, it doesn't boot. So 20 booted, but the browser didn't work. So I'm just going to go back to stealing 40, right? Because obviously that's not acceptable. I'm not finding any middle ground where the system boots. Papson says, why would this ever be a problem if you're getting a browser? Are you stealing this memory from the applet pool? Yes, this is system memory that I steal from the applet pool. Oh, actually, you know what? No, that's correct. Yeah, because I do this dynamically. New waifu. Atmosphere Man in the Middle, which does like file system services stuff, and like builds Ramifus, has some crazy amount of memory. Hello, Triangleist 20. Is everything rolling? We're trying to debug a problem where it appears that the web browser no longer works on... This is peak viewership. The web browser is no longer working because it is getting an out-of-memory error. Other applets, I mean, the home menu works fine. It's just the web browser that's complaining, at least right now. $700 is so many people. Where's my thing here? I vape. All versions of the Switch have a web browser. Okay. Let me actually try the eShop, because I haven't tried the eShop yet, but I bet the eShop's going to give me exactly the same issue. Yep, exactly the same error. Okay, so one of these errors is hitting, and it's causing this. I don't really understand what's happening here. Right, like what is different about this versus the web browser previously? It's possible, but they tend to ban consoles who do that. Right, like ideally with perfect requests, you probably would be fine, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna diff the browser here. Okay, so if we get back in here. Oh, should know this is no return. Okay, this is not exactly what I was looking for. So this looks samey. They did rewrite this function, it looks like. What does this do? It just writes it. Okay. Well, they try to get this much here. The problem is I don't really understand what this is doing. Okay, so this is calling SAC get info, and then What info types are those? I have no idea what you guys are talking about. 21 and 22. Total non-system memory size and used system memory size. Okay. One and 22. That seems fine. Which one's total? Which one's used? Used is 22. Okay. Okay, so pointer plus 0 is used. This is total. Then what actually happens here? No, I saw that Swamper too, but I don't think it matters. They'll fix that. I think that's right. Oh, actually, I have it inverted. Whoops. What did I call that type? Browser mem, okay. Okay, seems like we need to pass two checks here. We need to check that the total mem is at least how much memory is that? Oh, whatever. Total mem needs to be at least that much bigger than MIG, and what is this doing? Use mem minus 1 is less than equal to this. What is this? God damn it. Is it just me or is the check bogus? What am I missing here? Let's actually look at the assembly here in hopes that that's saner. Okay, so they load X9 and X8 with the contents here. So what did we say the order was again? Total and used. Okay. So X9 is total and then X8 is used. And X8 is used plus this, and they check that total is at least that. Then they move this into total, and they add it. This, and they branch if it's less to the assertion statement. Okay, so used plus this needs to be at least this. Yeah. No, I know this is negative. I understand this is 64-bit arithmetic. I'm just trying to understand what this check is, right? Because this is clearly doing, you know, minus that. I guess I could invert that. But that also doesn't make sense. Okay, so they assert if this is less than or equal to this plus this. So what is this? What the fuck is this calculating? What is this bullshit? Minus AA0000. Okay. So you're right, it is. So what is the actual condition here? I mean, I see AA000 is clearly up here. What do they actually do with this size? I mean, this is doing like actual arithmetic on this, but I'm not sure that I totally understand. Yeah. Nick Bun, what you're saying is useless. I understand how 64-bit arithmetic works. Yeah. So I don't understand, right? Because isn't this asserting unless used memory is less than or equal to this huge value? No, I don't. I mean, maybe. I can look at the stack dump, right? Where is this on the stack? Stack pointer, 0x60 plus 0x38. Is it though? Because that looks inverted for me. New waifu. Where's the actual crash report? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything useful in the stack. Right, no, it does seem weird, right? And I'm trying to decide if Ida is like doing it wrong or not. Right, use memory is definitely just this raw value. I definitely think this is a weird IDA thing. But I didn't negate it, right? Negate, that's just the representational, right? When I look at this, this is the value that's actually stored here, right? Like, you say I negated the num and IDA, but these are the raw values, right? X8 has the used value. Oh, is this a signed less than? No, it's an unsigned less than. Right, like, they take the used memory, they add this number, and then they check if it is less than this number. Oh wait, I think you're right that this does mean used memory has to be less than or equal to 0xAA001. Right? Okay, I see. The second number is smaller. So what this is doing is this is checking that adding the U size to this doesn't overflow. Okay, I see. Okay, so yeah, this needs to not overflow in the add for this check to pass. Does atmosphere stolen memory count as used memory? No, it doesn't. So we might not be failing this check at all. We might be failing this check. Right. I mean, let me do something really stupid here and just try. Let me try something really stupid. This updates. Go into here. Need applet. Offline. No, you were originally right, new waifu. It's checking that use memory is less than or equal to that one value. But my guess is that we're not even hitting this used. I bet we're hitting this total problem. Right? I bet that it's saying, oh, I need that much memory, and it can't get that much. This is not anti-exploit stuff. They probably just refactored their memory stuff. Let's not be silly. Right, this use check can't fail, I don't think. Because they're calling allocate memory block with this size. And that'll increase their... Well, no, that actually won't increase their use size. Not conveniently, substance. Right, where was I going with this? Yeah, I'm gonna patch it and see what happens there. Right, because I want to know which check it is that's actually failing. Right, and both of these are branches to the failure case, so I can insert a NOP there, and that should be correct. Let me first check the hash. It's 7A, CD, 50. how do these hashes work again? No, it should be 7a. D50. Yeah, okay. So that checks out for the hash F9CE3. Okay. Let's find this. Yeah, this should be the bad check. And how do I do a nop in ARM? Just double check this. Pretty sure it's fine. Yeah, okay. Let's patch that check. And then the next one is at D4, so a couple lines later. CSCO, DO, D4, okay. Some people will do IPS patches, but I am lazy. And by lazy, I mean I do this more frequently, since this is objectively more effort. Thank you, Sorpert2. Yeah, no, I just want to check, does it work if I patch both checks, and then I can deal with the other stuff afterwards. For now, I just want to check both of these. Okay, I'm going to try this applet now with that patched executable. I would bet that it's almost certainly the total memory check. Yep, sure enough. With those checks patched out, the browser is, working. Although I got a crash when I tried to exit it, and I'm not sure what that's about. I will have to check. 2003. So that's definitely an OS error. Let me see if I get that crash again, because it worked for a little moment, and then I tried to close it, and it crashed. And that might just be because I'm knopping out something, important here. Okay, booting my console up again. How the fuck do we have 800 people watching this? That's fucking stupid. Yeah, no, that's a stupid number of people. Okay, let's see. I go back here, make a new folder. Yeah, so this is the area that I get when I, you know, am closing it now. Hey, we go hex. Okay, let's see, 4C00C. This is in allocate memory block. Why is it trying to, what's it trying to do? Where's the actual caller? 99C74. Okay, let's try to allocate this huge block of memory. And where's this getting called? But why is this happening on close? Has Nintendo ever made any real updates to the browser since 1.0.0? I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, this is all happening on exit, right? This is like... Why is this initialized memory call being made on an exit? Oh, okay. Okay, this is a change memory type function. I wonder if they're trying to like change the memory because they're closing it. Yeah, this is like destruction. They destroy the heap. Okay. VOC. Why does this not have a stack entry? Yeah, so. Well, you know what they say. You can never knock out too much stuff. Let's see. Okay, I would have to knock out these two to make it work out right, I think. Yeah, if I knock these two instructions, then that should do. Just check that that's correct. Okay, yeah. So I want to knock out this load and this branch. I mean, I'm just testing right now. I want to understand the scope of the issue here, and I will figure out, you know, what we're gonna actually do for atmosphere later. Just to be clear, this is not a real solution to this problem. ACD 50. Okay, and I'm going to now run this again. This is not a good solution. Patching the browser is not a real solution to this problem. But I don't have a better solution off the bat. Well, the problem is there are 5 web browser apps. Yeah, I mean, like, look at it. It's libapplet web, libapplet shop, libapplet offline, libapplet LNS, and libapplet auth. This one is for Wi-Fi web authentication. This one's for network sharing lobbies. This one's for generic web browser. I don't know what one. This one is launched by like the Puyo Puyo Tetris thing. This is the eShop, and this is for intellectual property notices. Can you implement batch and state virtual memory stuff? Maybe, but I don't want to do that. I'm gonna need to think about the scope of this problem. Because this is a real problem, right? I don't think that we've ever really prepared for there isn't enough memory for the web browser. Why are there many applets that are the same thing as the one that does web browser things? Because they have different permissions and different like whitelists, and it was easier for Nintendo to implement it this way, I guess. Yeah, the problem is we can't do swap because the kernel is a microkernel. I got a different error, by the way, when I patched that out, in case that wasn't obvious. Right, I could keep chasing this rabbit hole and just keep patching, and eventually I would find, you know, some set of patches that would work, but yeah. Change memory type. This is doing this. Initialize memory. I mean, they're using this AA value all over the place. How much memory is in this pool? Because I don't actually remember how much memory is like available. So 467 megabytes. Do they deduplicate data? Yeah, the browsers are mostly DLL files which are shared between all the browsers. Or they're NROs. The browsers have separate executables, but the like WebKit libraries are all shared. This must be 1D3. Let me check something. 2. I will check, just for sanity's sake, if I only steal 20 megabytes, does that work? Although I think I'll need to undo the second patch that I just did. So let me go back to whatever offset this was in here. Yeah, because I patched this out, and this is only 90 CEO, okay. No, I'm gonna undo the used check, because I'm not gonna undo that one because I still need it. Oops, gotta make sure I'm copying the right stuff to the right place. A CD 50. Shot 56 that. Okay. I agree. It's really annoying. Yeah, are there even any active chat moderators left? Because there might not be. I mean, how do I do this? I am not really engaging with Twitch chat, so, you know. Alas. Yeah, that makes sense. It's probably too late for all of them. Atmosphere. Hey, StackPixel. Jaggerenin, don't you test the Switch? I am testing stuff on my Switch. That's what I'm doing. So, Pantsman, the check is not the used memory that's failing. I think it's the total memory check that's failing. Well, it's checking that the total memory is greater than or equal to the used plus a value, right? Right, if I go back a bunch to where this crash was, right, I strongly suspect it's this check that's failing. Right, let me unpatch this check just so that we can be sure. Also, let me try one other test. This will probably not work for other reasons, but I am just going to paste the browser from the previous update and see if that works. Yeah, I don't expect this to work, but I should test it just in case. Right, because this should distinguish whether it's a check or something else stupid. Right, because I'm not sure if this is just failing checks or if this is like it's actually using more memory. Yeah, okay, that failed for a different reason. Which makes sense. Is it not possible to see real-time memory usage? I lose logging after a certain point, and I suspect I would need to fix that in order to debug this like in real time. So not readily, at least. I mean, like, if I can't solve this tonight, I think that I am going to be... No, if I can't solve this tonight, what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out how to get my UART logging work in the middle of a runtime, and I'm going to, like, actually add logging to the kernel when this is happening. Yeah, let's figure out which of these two checks we're hitting, just to be sure. I patched this, and I patched this. I think you can hear chopping from probably my wife making something in the kitchen, but I don't actually know what. I'll have to ask when I'm done with this. Nah, I'll wait on that one. Okay. Let me try this. Nick Bond, I don't know why you're still commenting on that. I understand the check by this point. It's just checking that use memory is less than a certain value. Right, because if it'll overflow, then it'll fail. You don't need to be trying to analyze the checks anymore. I understand them. Yeah. Okay. Indeed. It's this check that's failing. Because I uncommented this one, and it's the web browser opens, so it's this first check. No, they can't both be failing because the second one I restored it. I'm only patching out the first one, right? So I patch out this and it opens. I patch out this and it doesn't. Um. So yeah, it is. It's just gonna be this one. So this is the problematic comparison. And it's saying that the total memory is less than the used memory plus this size. Can you not reduce the threshold by 40 megabytes? I can't. Atmosphere uses more memory than is available by default. Usually this is about 1 times better patches. I don't know. I really have not really looked at what they actually do in this update, really. Yeah. I need to think about this, right? Because really, I need to get a dump of these values at runtime. Full size SAC and filling of Apple would attempt to allocate above. I'm not sure, Deviak. I have never tried to lie about that before, but I strongly suspect it would be problematic because stuff will try to allocate the full size and that will fail. Right, like, I don't expect that would work. That doesn't seem sensible to me. This is going to be complicated to solve, I think. Since I can't just give the memory back. I mean, if I try to reduce... Well, Pansman, they have just allocated this memory, right? Like, they've just mapped this shit in. So they've used a huge amount of memory, I think. Couldn't you just patch the applet in Atmosphere? What's up? That would require me to come up with a set of patches that work. Yeah, exactly, Pantsman. And I don't know, maybe we will end up coming up with a set of patches that work, but it's not clear to me that that is possible off the bat. It might be a lot of work, and it's not clear to me that that's the obvious thing to do. This is going to be a toughie because I can't readily give back the memory. This is going to be a toughie, and it's not obvious to me. I might end up calling the stream sometime soon because this is a problem that I'm going to want to sleep on and also talk to Hex KYZ about, who will have good ideas. I mean, so anyway, I patched stuff and it caused further crashes. No stuck pixel because applets can do dynamic memory allocations. right? Like, what happens right now is I open it, this check fails. If I patch this check, then it works for a bit, and then when I try to close it, it crashes. No, it cannot overallocate. It's I understand this problem exactly, and it's very difficult to explain it to people who don't understand the Switch's memory subsystem very well. And the people who I should talk to about this are Hexcozy and Yellow's 8, and neither of them is going to be online right now. Yeah, so I mean, I could upload a build of Atmosphere, but it's not really sensible. I mean, the biggest system module is Atmosphere, Man in the Middle, and that's, well, that's got its own problems. I mean, maybe I could try to save a shitload of space in it, right? Because we have some huge fucking heap here. I use a lot of memory. I use 32 megabytes of memory. For this system module. And I can't reduce this, and in fact, this is actually not enough for this system module's feature. I can't. So the problem, what the hopper, to explain, is that if I actually look at, like, when you use a game with when you try to launch a game with mods, I have to rebuild the ROMFS, which means keeping track of this huge thing in memory. And I actually have to steal memory from the application in order to satisfy, because 32 megabytes is not enough. Certain games just have obscene amounts of memory. And so I dynamically steal more. Yeah, it's bad, I would say. Is any of this freed up for afterwards? Yeah, I free this stuff afterwards. But, like, this is getting into stuff that... this is my bane, right? I cannot reduce this system module's memory without breaking ROMFS mods, which people will care about. So, like, I'm gonna need to, like, actually think about this. This is a really tough issue to solve, and I think for starters, I need to determine what these specific values are at the time. Like, I need to know how close we are to making things work, because maybe I could free a little bit of this and have it make the difference. But to do that, I don't know. You mind you would fake the 40 megabyte alloc and delay the what to page fault? So that's the problem, is that, first off, Deviak, you're modeling this differently. You are thinking that it is possible to have pages not backed physically. Page faults aren't a thing on the Switch. All memory is backed by a specific physical page. There is no case, like, they don't do dirty and clean paging. All memory corresponds to physical memory. Page faults aren't a thing. At the allocation time, the memory has to exist or not in order for it to be mapped in. They don't support dynamically paging in stuff as needed. Yeah. Couldn't you dynamically allocate the two depending on ROMFS mods are used or not? No, because this happens... It's complicated. Yeah, you can't lazy load memory. I could dynamically steal stuff for applications. Like, I could probably lower this by 16 megabytes. I mean, here, let me try this. So I've already reduced the kernel, I think, in a previous thing to only steal 20 megabytes. So if I go to this, let's just see if this solves the problem, actually. So I freed 20 there, and then I need to free another 20 here. So if I go back to main 32. It did fail a while back with only 20, but so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce my needs here by 20. And in theory, I expect this will work. So let's test that, actually. It's really physical, not virtual, Debiak. Stuck pixel. It crashes on close because it does a memory type change where it like allocates a new memory block and then frees the previous heap. So it maps another 170 megabytes and then frees the previous 770 megabytes. Yeah, exactly, Deviak. I mean, to be clear, they have virtual address spaces, and like you can direct virtual addresses to specific physical pages, but memory is always physical. There is no case where memory is not backed by a specific physical page. Okay, no, this is not about fixing it right now. I want to understand the scope of the problem so that I can talk to it so that I can talk to Hex KYZ and Yellows8 about it in the morning. That's really my only goal. Is I want my understanding to be as good as possible, so that I can discuss the problem with Hex KYZ and get him to, engage in meaningful discussion with me. Because this is a toughie. This is a toughie. Now we're using virtual and physical weirdly. Just trust me that I can't do page faulting the way that you're suggesting. Like doing swap is literally impossible. Do I know why they are allocating more memory here? I have no idea. Oh, wait. I need to also update the kernel for this. Whoops. Yeah, exactly. The HOS kernel can't have virtual memory that isn't backed by some specific physical address. I forgot that in addition to reducing Atmosphere Man in the Middle's usage, I'm going to need to restore this. I can already feel the shape of what I'm going to do coming to me, I think. But I'm going to have to talk about it with HexKYZ. What happens if you read a page that's not mapped? All pages are mapped, bell-shaped. That's... I don't understand the question. Frank Duration says, you've been streaming for almost 6 hours, make sure you get a snack. I'm going to call it soon anyway. I'm not going to do this for too much longer because I'm going to need to sleep on this bug and talk about it with HexKYZ. And really, what I'm trying to do right now is just understand the bug. Yep. Okay, I can confirm that if I reduce the memory size that I am stealing, then I'm a 192.168.1.x kind of person. Okay, yeah, the browser is fixed if I restore the applet region size to its full capacity. Yeah, this test reduced it to 0. So if I reduce this to 0, then the browser works. And I can, use the console normally. You sound like Christian. Funny. Okay, so Amsterdam will crash at some point, right? No, I mean, if I reduce this to 0, we're fine. The problem is that if I try to launch games that need enough memory for ROMFS mods, it won't work. And also, yeah, it's... Actually, that's a good test. Does 1 megabyte work? Okay, you definitely probably just heard my wife sneeze just now. But let me test 1 megabyte. Right, because we do need to know how bad the problem is. Because it might just end up being that, yeah, there's less memory available for custom system modules. Brutal problem. Tonight's work is already committed, so anyway. As far as I know, I don't have any outstanding commits. Yeah, no, it's all committed. Whoops. Yeah, maybe. I mean... Okay, please work with 1 megabyte stolen. Okay, it still works with 1 megabyte stolen. So it doesn't need literally all of the space. It works with 1 megabyte stolen. Alright, let's be greedy. Let's try 10. I think the shape of the solution I see in my mind is that the shape of the solution that I see is that I am going to have to reduce the default memory allocation here and dynamically steal more for like every game. That's the shape of the solution that I'm going to see, is that I'm going to have to steal less all the time and dynamically steal more. And where this is going to be really rough is for people with custom system modules that use a lot of memory. No, so this stuff gets freed when I'm done with it, I think. Right, because dynamic heap, I, release it, and then I unmap it, and that works. No, I only need this when building the ROMFS. My needs are a lot lower once the ROMFS is built. This is only needed to track all of the file names as I'm building. And I've thought about redirecting this to the SD card before, but I've already done a bunch of really gross hacks. Right, like, I already save memory by dynamically... Where's this super gross thing that I do? Oh yeah, so I have this thing where I cache small parts of the tables as I'm building them, and I write the rest to disk. So, yeah. It's, this is not going to be pretty no matter what I do. Potentially, what the hopper. Yeah, possibly. It really is going to depend on what the scope of, like, memory here is. I have not really analyzed Atmosphere Man in the Middle's memory needs very well before. And the problem is I'm hesitant to steal less statically. There's some reason you can't somehow grab a bunch of application memory as it launches, then return it all at once so the game never really notices it. Kind of. I tried to do that before. It's much more complicated because of like real-time presentation stuff, and we want this to be invisible to the game. And the way that we do it right now, the game can't tell that stuff is happening. Okay, it still works with 10 megabytes stolen. So 20 is too much. But, yeah. 20 is too much, but, 10 is not. Thank you, Fadon. Yeah, I just use Notepad++ and command environment. That's how I've always done development. Let's try 16. Because if it's 16, then I think I can do this with relatively little impact to custom system modules. Okay, so you say I don't do this all day, so I don't really give a shit, but consider that I spend several hours a day working on switch checking stuff, or at least there was a period of 5 years where I was spending at least 4 or 5 hours a day on this. Right? For many years, I was doing this for many hours every day. I bought a Threadripper 3970X specifically for this. Benjamin, I already do that in some cases for games that really need it. Like, for games that have huge file names, I already do that. And I think that's probably what the shape of the solution to this is going to look like. Is that I'm going to have to steal less memory. I'm going to lower Atmosphere Man in the Middle's default memory. Fadon, I'm running in a virtual machine, And the virtual machine only has some of my cores, of my host's 64 cores. Okay, thank God. 16 megabytes works. 20 megabytes does not work. Although the eShop, fuck me. The eShop does not open with fuck me, the eShop doesn't open. I was using the legal documents to test. I didn't test the eShop at the lower values either. Let me try. Pantsman, just trust me that the way we deal with memory here is phenomenally complicated. Well, one thing to note is that I actually still have the check patched. The total memory comparison is patched in I'm just doing a bunch of builds here. I'm gonna save myself some hassle. I'm patching the total memory check on the applet that I was using for testing. And so it's possible that if I patch the total memory check, stuff will work with 16 megabytes. And I don't like the idea of patching the eShop, but I think we would probably rather distribute patches for the eShop and like the offline applet than have people be unable to use custom system modules. So I'm gonna have to think about it. Gonna have to think about it. 1233 says, would it matter if the eShop is broken? Yes, because that's how people buy games. It's not risky. I buy my games exclusively through the eShop using Atmosphere. It's not risky at all. Do you also work on Linux? Yes, I'm very involved with Linux. Okay, so here's what we know. Let me compile this. Browser now checks on startup that is memory this check. We currently steal 40 megabytes of memory from the applet space. Steal 16. I patch this check. We get separate crash on close. Stealing 16 megabyte is okay. If this check patched, 20 is too much. Don't. 16 is too much. So let's try 4. What I would really like to do is I would like to have the minimum possible disruption to custom system modules, right? Because people like custom system modules. They're big fans of them, and I want them to not break, and I also want ROMFS mods to be okay. And so what we might do is I might end up doing a combination solution where we have to fucking patch the browsers to remove the initial check, and then also we have to dynamically steal memory, yada yada yada. I think there are various pieces here, and I'm going to need to talk to Hex KYZ and Yellows 8 about what's going to work best. Man, what a nightmare issue to have to solve so late in the console's life cycle. It sucks. Okay, eShop works with 4. eShop is unpatched, works with 4. Don't. I agree. Whoever's moderating the chat should do that, but I'm not paying attention to chat for what I would call obvious reasons. I'm focused on actually addressing this problem. So anyway, we could distribute IPS patches for the browser, so that would be fine. It's not a problem. Sys patches, automatic piracy patches. It's a system module that implements piracy patches, so you should ban the guy. Stuckpixel. Atmosphere. Okay. Let me try 12. I don't know. I guess delete the messages. I guess this isn't reswitched. I don't know. But ban him, maybe talks about it again, I guess. Well, or ban the guy. Whatever. I really don't want to stress about how we're dealing with this in this chat. Thank you, Zamboni. So the problem, Deviak, is that I'm gonna need to like actually look at how much memory we need for various things. Okay, cool. 12 megabytes is okay. So that's positive. Yeah, I guess I should try 14. Hello, iTwitch. Okay, let's try 14 here. $14 is fine. Might as well try 15. No, doing that via configuration file would be a big problem, Deviak. Also, actually, no, there's no point in testing 15 because the minimum allocation block size is 2 megabytes for the allocator they're using. Right, they're using OS allocate memory block, which has a unit size of 2 megabytes. Yeah, I think 14 megabyte is going to be our effective limit, and I need to think about what we can do with 14 megabytes. So, previously we were stealing 40. Actually, I should get back to my notes file. We were stealing 40. Is 32 megabytes of heap. If I want to pretend that there is no difference to custom system modules, in theory, I could reduce to 6. This would result in the same total amount of extra memory available to custom system modules. But then this is going to be complicated. Right, because I'm going to have to dynamically steal from, like, everything. And that seems potentially problematic, obviously. I do have a tool. Not utilities. Where is it? Is it tests? No. Oh, it's not in here. It's only on my host, I guess, because I have this, you know. Right, I forget about this. Well, big list of files. Don't worry about it. I guess I just copied my Git repository. I do have this tool, ramfs diag, which also ignore the huge executable size. It is much smaller when stripped. And this like prints out how much memory it takes Atmosphere Man in the middle to build a ramfs. So substance, Tears of the Kingdom is quote unquote at the limit, but it's at the limit because we're already stealing X amount of memory from applet. If we temporarily steal an extra, amount of memory and then release it, yada, 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 this whole thing is complicated. And, I think we are going to have to use a mixture of static changes and dynamic changes. I might, tell custom system module authors that they're just losing some memory. And so the limit will be lower on the amount of custom system modules you can have simultaneously. This is a tough problem, and I'm going to need to sleep on this one and talk to HexKYZ and Yellows8, right? Because, do I want to patch modules to gain 2 megabytes? I don't know. Probably not. But yeah. Okay, it's 11:30. I need to sleep on this and think about it, but I think that we solidly understand the scope of the problem at this point. So you can assume I'm going to be thinking about this basically nonstop until it's solved. And I'll be here streaming again tomorrow night at the same time, working on it. But yeah, what a nightmare problem. Ultima says, hey, I have an issue with atmosphere currently that's causing my battery percentage to drop rapidly from 0 to 100 in an instant. That doesn't sound like an atmosphere issue, Ultimas. It seems really unlikely to me that the thing you describe is a problem. In atmosphere in particular. But yeah, okay. Thank you everyone for joining me. I had fun tonight, and I need to think about this one. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Later.